I understand we have an announcement by our Assistant City Manager.
Let me call the roll first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Councilmember McKeown.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Here.
And Mayor Vasquez.
Present.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, City Clerk Sarah Gorman, who's been on family medical leave, has asked me to make this announcement. Sarah has decided to step back from her position in order to have the time and the flexibility to fulfill family responsibilities. So this month she will transition and begin serving the city as a senior advisor to the city attorney and city manager regarding best municipal policies, practices, and innovations. The city will have the benefit of her expertise as an attorney and city clerk, and she'll be able to work flexible hours off-site on special projects such as issues relating to the possibility of at-large elections and transparency. This will help senior staff handle its current very large workload. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a closed session. I understand it might be a little longer than normal,
And we have one request to speak.
and we
on
have
that.
one request to speak. Well, I guess let's open up the public hearing first, and we'll
Well,
have,
let's call the item first.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we have we have closed session. We have conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and this is Government Code Section 54956.9. There's two cases. One is Part 16 regarding leasing policy, landing fees, and loans. Number 2 is Voting Rights Act. Second, we have a conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, consideration of whether to initiate litigation pursuant to the Government Code section, and this is for 1605 Ocean Front Walk. Third, we have the public employee evaluation, and it's for the city manager. We have conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and this is for the National Business Aircraft Association versus the City of Santa Monica, FAA, docket number 16-1404. And finally, we have conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and this one is Magna Herift, excuse me if I'm calling that incorrectly, versus the City of Santa Monica, Los Angeles Superior Court case number BC 541384. And as I said, you have one request to speak.
Denise Barton, I see her in the back.
Good evening. Oh, look, Rick Cole is getting his first raise. Since he was brought here to further your overdevelopment wishes, and because his actions don't represent the wishes of the residents, one does have to wonder how you as public representatives are allowed to manipulate and monopolize the public system at City Hall against the residents. Because really, Rick Cole is no different than Rod Gould or Lamont Ewell before him. Remember Lamont Ewell, who was under investigation by several federal entities when our city council brought him here? Or Rod Gould in the Elizabeth Reel scandal? More city council examples of criminals hiring criminals. He avoids the subject with things like the cheesy video for the mid-year budget report, which showed no actual figures or let us know which way the city is going financially. It was just an advertisement for our city council's special interests. Once again, who exactly in City Hall is representing the wishes of the residents? Because it's none of you sitting up there, including Rick Cole. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'll turn to our city attorney, who's hiding. So I guess it's up to you, Joe. How long do you think it will be? I know we usually try to get back here by 6:30, but is that realistic? Why don't we say 6:45? Okay. We'll go ahead and move into closed session, and we'll be back at 6:45. Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and reconstitute the meeting here. We have, we just coming in from closed session. If I can have the city attorney report out what took place.
Absolutely. In the closed session this evening, the council discussed each of the items listed on the closed session agenda, and there was no reportable action.
Thank you. Before we move into our proclamation, there's a quick announcement I have to make here. And it's, as directed by the council at the September 29th meeting, all written comments on council agenda items will be available for public viewing online. Be advised that comments will be posted as is, and personal contact information will not be redacted. Please speak to the city clerk if you have any questions about this matter. With that, we'll move with the proclamation we have. If I can have, we have a special proclamation here on the homeless count that's going to be coming up. And Dee Dee Mumford, I believe she's here. Here she is. She can come up. And you know what? Let me walk over to you. Oh, okay. You want to do that? We have a proclamation here. It has many, many whereases, but let me just read off at least a couple of key ones here. It says, whereas the homeless in the human is a human tragedy that needs to be addressed, and whereas the 2016 Greater Los Angeles Homeless Count will be held during the last week of January on the 26th, 27th, and 28th, with the west side of Los Angeles count taking place on Wednesday, January 27th, 2016. Thousands of volunteers will be partnered with Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority to conduct the street count enumerations that has occurred every 2 years in the Los Angeles County since 2005, and every year in Santa Monica since 2009. And whereas the count itself is a federally mandated, but the purpose and benefit of conducting the homeless count goes far beyond meeting a requirement. The data gathered in January will be valuable to efforts to address homelessness across the Los Angeles County. Now, therefore, I, Tony Vasquez, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim January 26th to the 28th of 2016 as the Homeless Count Week in the City of Santa Monica.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. Hello, I'm Dee Dee Mumford. I work here in the Human Services Division, and I would like to introduce our partner agency, the St. Monica Community Church representative, Dr. Christine Garrity. That's St. Monica Catholic Community, excuse me.
So we would just like to thank you so much for commemorating the last week in January as Homeless Count Week. As you know, across the nation, communities will be participating in the count, and the whole point of the count here in Santa Monica in conjunction with the West Side is to count the number of individuals that are currently experiencing homelessness in our city. The count is a very critical component of the council-adopted action plan to address homelessness, and it is required by federal mandate so that we can both assess the success of the measures that we're taking and to figure out what we need additional funding and services for. The wonderful thing about the count is it truly is a community-wide effort. We're going to have here in Santa Monica over 250 volunteers walking the streets, counting each and every person who is sleeping on the streets or in a vehicle or in an encampment. And these volunteers come from every sector of our community. We'll have people from the business community, social service agencies, students, senior citizens, residents, and faith communities. So we at St. Monica are incredibly grateful and honored to be helping partner with the count again this year. This is going to be the third year that we're the training and deployment site. We look forward to many, many more in the future. We still need volunteers for the homeless count, so we encourage you to sign up for it. It can be done at www.santamonicahomelesscount.com. Please share that with your friends, family, and coworkers. It's a fun and a very productive night, so thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Whoops, I knocked off the sign.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Yes, now we're going to move on to item 2B, and this is part of the city manager's report, and I think we have some staff that's going to. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there?
Let me just introduce this and pay and appreciate the number of people that have come out tonight to hear our discussion about animal control in Santa Monica. It's a really great turnout, and if everyone will agree to adopt a dog or a cat, we'll be in great shape.
We'll be in very good shape.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Mayor Vasquez, members of the City Council, city staff, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to present tonight and share our successes in 2015, and also to share the successes we're going to be having for years to come with the beginning of our new nonprofit, the Friends of the Animal Shelter. So a little bit about my name. I am the Animal Control Administrator with the Santa Monica Police Department. I oversee the Animal Control Unit for the city. A little bit about our Animal Control Unit. We are part of the Strategic Services Division with the Santa Monica Police Department. Each year, we have a dedicated staff that helps hundreds of lost and abandoned animals find or be reunited with their owners. And we help homeless animals find their forever home. So some of the services that we provide field services for the city. We currently have 5 animal control officers, 3 of which are here with me tonight, who do a remarkable job in the city. In 1 year, they ran over 3,500 calls in the city, addressing, enforcing local ordinances, state laws related to animal control, and also investigating animal cruelty cases in the city. They are a very group of dedicated employees, most of which began their career in the veterinary field and then eventually transitioned into the law enforcement aspect of animal control. The shelter was recently, we are actually also a little unique here in that we run a shelter. Most smaller cities will contract out the service to local bigger counties or bigger cities. And in this particular city, in Santa Monica, we run our own shelter. A shelter we're extremely proud of that was recently remodeled and has been doing a fantastic job of rehoming animals in the city. We currently meet, actually exceed the threshold, the no-kill threshold of a 90% release rate for all of our animals. That's something that we've worked very hard to, and as I kind of go through some of the metrics here in my presentation, this is something that you'll see is we do very well here in Santa Monica. Other thing we also do, we do disaster services for the city. As we've kind of seen like in incidents like Hurricane Katrina, when people are displaced from their homes, they look for these disaster shelters, but they also have pets. And so we work with the Parks Department to provide an area where people can come with their pets and they can find shelter after disaster, and also they can have their animals boarded. And our unit does that. Our unit is comprised. We do all these different services with just 10 employees currently. And again, it goes to the dedication of what our staff has been able to accomplish. So how do we measure success? And how are we, and this is kind of going to go a little bit into what we're going to be looking for the nonprofit to achieve for us. We measure success 3 ways. How many animals are we intaking on a yearly basis? How many animals are we adopting out, or what is our rate? And how long are animals with us? We really are meant to be a temporary boarding facility. The animals come to us through strays, through relinquish from the public, and then we try to get them back out, either reunited with their owners or find them another home. Okay, trends in the city. In last year, we had a total intake of dogs and cats of 612 domestic animals. And we've also seen a decrease in the last 3 years. We have about a variance of about 100 animal decrease in the last 2 years. And this is remarkably well. Because as we look at what how we compare in the rest of LA County, we have one of the lowest intake rates in the county. And so you look at all different types of cities, might encompass a larger area, but we're fortunate enough that we've really been able to maintain a low intake rate of our animals. And last year we did a lot of adoptions. We did 290 adoptions last year, and then our average days in care were about 33 days. Again, the range here can be a bit large. We can go from an animal being adopted immediately to being with us up to 9 months. And somewhere in the middle of that, we'll get an average of about 33 days. And this is what we're trying to improve on. And this is where the Friends of the Animal Shelter will come into place. We are in the process now, thanks to the City Council who approved it last month. We are going to be opening up our own 501c3 that will partner with us and the animal shelter and give us the resources that we need to improve our intake rates and to get animals back out into our community faster. And how we're going to do that and how they're going to serve to do that is in these different ways. They can assist us in lowering the spay and neuter cost for animals. That's currently the highest price as part of the adoption fees to adopt an animal. That also makes us a little bit higher than our local cities. The other thing it does is they can fundraise to offset some of our special events and to significantly drop the cost of adopting an animal in Santa Monica. In the last year, we ran 3 adoption events. Anywhere between 30 to 75% of our population in the shelter during those events was adopted out. And there's no reason why we can't increase and improve our infrastructure updates. And of course, we can also bring in more resources for disaster preparedness. And of course, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't show you an animal that's available for adoption today. Okay, and that was taken today. And yes, he is at the shelter today. And a very cute little guy was not taken by me this morning. So, visit us, volunteer with us. If you tell it to the public. We have a Facebook page. Like us on Facebook. We also have Twitter. And you come by and visit us. Just see what we have. And we really appreciate it. And the animals appreciate when people come out and look at them.
Thank you. I actually had an opportunity to go visit when you had and it's really tempting. I mean, we adopted a rescue dog. I guess it's been about 8 years now, and it's actually turned into a member of the family. Actually, he lives in the house now. But they actually grow it, and I didn't grow up with animals, so this is all new to me. But I think this is fantastic, and as I think our city manager mentioned, if everybody that's sitting in this audience would take one, I think we'd solve our problem.
Absolutely, and thank you for sharing that, Mayor Vasquez. It's always great to hear people's adoption stories.
Thank you. Oh, Councilmember McEwen?
Well, I have a question. I'm pretty sure there's somebody in this room or watching on City TV right now who is looking at that dog and saying, yes. What exactly do they need to do to bring that dog home?
That's a great question. So all they have to do is come by the animal shelter. The biggest thing is making sure that the animal is the right animal for you, right? Does it fit your lifestyle needs? Does it fit your home? If you have other animals, is it compatible with them? And one of our dedicated staff members would be able to walk you through that, and then you would pay the adoption fees. The animal would have to be spayed and neutered, and it would be released to you.
What time do you open tomorrow morning?
I was about to get to that. So open at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We're probably expecting a long line tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can have the there we go. And thank you, I know you brought your other staff members. We really appreciate all the work you do. We were going to move into the consent calendar, and I understand that we have the option of combining both the city council and the agency together. I don't know,
Yes.
what's the will of the council?
I move to combine the two consent calendars.
Do we need a formal vote, or is that just a consensus?
No, if we have a consensus, that's
Is it,
fine.
everybody's okay with that?
Without objection.
Without objections? Then we'll go ahead and have the city clerk call the items.
Okay, so first let me announce that you guys are also meeting as the redevelopment successor agency, and you receive no compensation. So now I'll give you the roll call vote for the successor agency. Agency member McCune.
Here.
Agency member Davis.
Here.
Agency member Hemmerich.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Winter.
Here.
Agency member O'Day.
Here.
Agency member O'Connor.
Here.
And Chair Vasquez.
Present.
Okay, so now we'll go to the consent calendar. The consent calendar, all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and you have 5 requests to speak.
What's the will of the, well, first, I'm sorry. We have, let's start with Denise Barton, Harold Pick, and Fernando, it looks like, Aguinaldo? Yes, sir. Okay.
Good evening. Once again, I hope everyone can see how the city lowballs the cost of projects by items 3G and H. Then regarding the bid for fire equipment, I wonder why they need new equipment, considering they deny fire prevention requests from the disabled. Apparently to them, only able-bodied people need fire prevention, leaving disabled people subject to travel around with fire extinguishers in case their wheelchair catches on fire. Next, we're back to the scam of low-carbon transit operations program. The transit system in Santa Monica is a joke, with very few trips past Wilshire after 9 p.m. So I can only wonder what fabricated information you're submitting, considering the brown cloud of pollution constantly sitting over the city. I hope someone besides Metro comes out to check out your claim first. Remember the recent USC study on the Expo line of traffic? Finally, on the redevelopment payment obligation. Besides still having bonds from the 70s and 80s, it would seem some mystery people are making payments on 4th and Arizona site in addition to the city. Is this to make it easier to give the property to John Warfel?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Ferdinand Aguinaldo. I would like to leave this article with council. It's about the problems with sole source procurement. And speaking in behalf of myself, it's about sole source procurement for your P25 radio system. And the problems associated with sole source procurement. So, ladies and gentlemen, please review your public contract code and make sure you're not violating any public contract code. UASI, SHSGP, SHSP requires the city to follow its procurement process, which means you have to bid the system. It's about 10 million, 12 million bucks and change. It's a lot of money. These people owns that money, probably me too, but part of it, please bid this system, okay? Project 25 was created to address the problems of sole source. There are a lot more other, manufacturers now that provides P25 radio systems. Please be aware. It'll solve quality issues, overpricing, and possibly corruption. We're watching. The city is launching a P25 compliant radio system. We are hoping that the city puts this project out to bid and just not award it to just one contractor.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I march with the people in red.
Harold Pick, as you come up, if you give me just a second, if Jonathan Foster, I think you stand up there. No, you'll be coming up next. And then the last speaker is Zena Josephs. I think she's here somewhere. There she is. Go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Harold Pick, and I'm here protesting the sole source purchase with Motorola for your two-way radio system. The problem is that Motorola has 80% of the market. They have dominated the ISIS system. They're pretty much the only manufacturer of the ISIS system that you're looking to merge with. They're also the award winner.
I'm sorry. You know what? That was actually an item we took up last meeting.
But that's on 3. You're going to vote on the initiative to take the money for it. I mean, the approval of it, of 3B. It's on the agenda items. It's from December 8th.
Oh, but it's just in the minutes you're looking at. It's not an item we're actually taking up this evening.
Oh, okay, because it's...
Well, I'm sorry.
That's all I have.
But go ahead.
I can still speak for it, maybe, But basically, you need to go out to bid on these type of contracts because there's about over 20 companies, including EADS, EF Johnson, Kenwood, that Realm. As a matter of fact, a sole source argument was brought up with the FBI for a $500 million contract, and the FBI backed down and did away with the Motorola sole source to go open. So the city really needs to look at that. And the other factor that you need to understand is there's something called ISSI interface, which allows anyone's P25 system to interface to a Motorola core, to Glendale's core. So the city really needs to go put this out to bid rather than award it sole source because you're going to be overcharged. Motorola is charging $8,500 for a mobile radio and $8,000 for a handheld that you're putting in on a police officer. You're going to spend $5,000 to $8,000 for city works people to run around with the radio that they're using to run waste disposal or whatever that the city people do. It's totally overpriced. There's companies out there that sell the same equipment for $1,700, and it is also interchangeable with the system you buy. So if you do end up going with Motorola on the backbone, you need to consider other vendors for the portable radios because P25 open architecture was designed as a result of 9/11. That New York firefighters died as a result of poor communication and sole source not allowing proper communication systems. So this city really needs to consider the communication system and consider
Thank you.
going out to bid. Thank you. And I'm also submitting this. Where do I get it?
The city clerk, yeah.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Foster, and this is great. I second and third whatever they just said, but whatever you do, make sure the police department, the fire department get what they need as soon as possible. Every dollar is available. We have every dollar we need. And if they are speaking about some problems, trust me, there's enough oversight in government now, and they've told you they're watching like hawks, so I don't think you're going to get away with too much. But I know that the police department needs the cars and the fire department needs every bit of help, and I 100% support every dollar, and I hope it goes out with a yes vote. And if you got to correct some other things with the contract, great. But make sure the police department has everything they need tonight. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just came to speak in support of the staff recommendation on item 3D and to express my appreciation to the staff for this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, is there any items any members of the council want to pull? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion that
I'll move the consent calendar. Second.
been moved by Councilmember McEwen, seconded by Mr. Hemmerich. Can we get a roll call?
Yes. Agency Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Agency Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor Chair Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Hammerich?
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Agency Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Mayor Chair Vasquez?
Yes. So that's been approved unanimously.
Next, we have item 7A, which is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance adding section 9.56 3.10 to the Santa Monica Municipal Code designating the San Vicente Boulevard Courtyard Apartments Historic District.
I move 7A.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hemmerich, seconded by Councilmember Davis. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll get a roll call vote.
Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Hammerich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes.
Next, we have the second reading and adoption of an ordinance adopting Development Agreement 12-Dev-011 to allow a 5-story, 77,758 square foot mixed-use project consisting of 90 residential units, 10,617 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and 168 parking spaces within a 2-level subterranean parking garage located at 1601 Lincoln Boulevard.
I move 7B.
Been moved by Councilmember Let me get my mic here. It's been moved by Councilmember Hemorrhage, second by Councilmember Davis. Hearing, seeing no discussion, let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hemorrhage.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's also approved unanimously.
Next, we have item 7C, introduction for first reading, an ordinance setting a minimum wage to be effective in the city of Santa Monica, and you have 57 requests to speak.
Ooh. And I see the staff up in front. Let's get the staff report here.
All right, let me see if we can switch over to presentation. Got that? Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Andy Agel, the Director of Housing and Economic Development. Before you is consideration of an ordinance to establish a minimum wage within Santa Monica that generally mirrors the ordinances that have been adopted by the City and County of Los Angeles. We believe that this ordinance is an important part of the Council's strategic goal of maintaining a diverse and inclusive community in Santa Monica. And what I'd like to do is, before public comment and your discussion, is to briefly walk you through the key elements of the ordinance or the key open issues. So by way of background, Council last considered this issue on September 29th of 2015. And that was following a series of public meetings, including discussions with the Berkeley Labor Institute. At the meeting, Council signaled its intention to adopt a minimum wage that generally follows the lead of the City and County of LA, to adopt a hotel living wage that's similar to what the City of Los Angeles has adopted, to allow for exemption from the ordinance in the case of collective bargaining agreements, and to include provisions that generally mirror those included in the ordinances of the City and County of LA. Council also expressed its intention to consider provisions that are specific to Santa Monica and directed staff to conduct research and outreach related to the 5 areas, which are how service charges should be regulated, what thresholds should be considered in implementing a hotel wage, what exceptions should be seasonal and first-time workers, increased sick leave provisions that are increased beyond the state minimums, and finally, how to ensure effective education and enforcement. So with respect to outreach, during the months of October and November, staff conducted additional research as well as a variety of meetings with stakeholders related to the issue, including we met with a variety of employees of Santa Monica businesses, including a great meeting that was organized by Unite Here that include both unionized and unionized workers. We also met with businesses and business organizations, including meetings organized by the Chamber of Commerce and Santa Monica Travel and Tourism. And we also met with worker advocacy groups such as the Restaurant Opportunity Center of Los Angeles, and that provided us additional insights regarding employee needs. We culminated our outreach with a community meeting that allowed both those that had participated in other meetings as well as general community members to come and be a part of the dialogue. And as part of the process, we asked that anyone that had specific recommendations beyond what they may have brought up in the meetings to send us those recommendations, so that could help us in advocating recommendations, in developing recommendations for you. And what we did is in mid-December, we released an information item to the City Council as well as to the stakeholders, letting them know preliminarily what our recommendations would be. And part of our thinking there is we wanted to find out, did we miss what people have said? Had we misunderstood some of the key issues? Or had we recommended things that sort of satisfied no one? And it actually was helpful to us. We did receive some feedback in the interim that allowed us to refine one of our recommendations. So let me go through the 5 areas where you directed us to do additional research and seek feedback. And the first relates to service charges. And this is how what requirements we would impose in the case where a business decides to use a service charge. The recommendation that we've come up with is first that any proceeds from a service charge should go directly to employees, and that could include front of house and back of house employees in a case such as a restaurant. We've also included requirements regarding disclosure and transparency, and that's important not only for customers but also for employees. So employees know how those funds are being used, where they're going, and the customer knows what is this about, where's it going, and that there are mechanisms to ensure that if I as a business say it's going here, that it actually goes in that place. The ordinance also allows other surcharges to be added onto a bill, for example, as long as they maintain the same requirements with respect to disclosure and transparency. Your staff report includes alternatives for each of these, both an alternative recommendation as well as language should you choose to go in a different direction. And in this case, we've provided two alternatives. One is a broader option, which is based on language we received from worker advocacy organizations. What's in the ordinance generally follows their recommendation, though we wanted to be a little bit tighter with respect to transparency, and so we've added some additional language in that regard. And we also wanted to better define what's a service charge and what is a surcharge. And we've also included a second alternative, which is based on language proposed by the Neighborhood Restaurant Coalition. And that's a bit narrower in its approach, though, again, we didn't think it fully addressed the need for transparency for customers as well as protection for workers. The second issue relates to how the hotel wage should be implemented. And this arose from how LA approached this issue. What they did is they said initially the ordinance would cover all hotels of 300 rooms or more, and that's in place today. And then in July, it will cover all hotels of 150 rooms or more. And so council asked us to look at that issue. And what we recommend is that living wage should apply to all hotels and motels in Santa Monica, with the exception of the youth hostel. And part of the thinking there, two of the primary reasons were, one, that this is a relatively small market and it's competitive for employees. And so we heard even from hotels, if they were smaller hotels and had a lower wage, they're competing for the same employees, and unlikely that they would be able to pay a lower wage than, say, a hotel that might be right across. The other element here is that there's not necessarily a correlation in Santa Monica between the size of the hotel or the number of rooms and the rates of the rooms or the profitability. Certainly there are very small hotels in Santa Monica that have very high room rates. So we thought it made sense to apply it across the board. Though we do have for your consideration a different way of approaching the threshold, and that's a ramp up to the living wage, with the idea that this July the hotel living wage would go to $13.25 per hour, and then the following July it would ramp up to the full living wage amount of $15.37. Your ordinance also includes an element that's in the Los Angeles ordinance, which is the allowance for a one-year waiver of the implementation. That would be by appeal. The other alternative that you can consider is no phase-in and to make it apply to all hotels on July 1st of this year. We're recommending the phase-in because at this point we're down to about 4 or 5 months, and we think giving some time for hotels to adjust to the new wages would be appropriate. The next issue relates to seasonal exceptions. This specifically relates to should there be an opportunity for an adjustment in the minimum wage for first-time workers or seasonal workers. Our recommendation is that those workers be allowed to be paid 85% of the minimum wage. However, that would be only for the first 480 hours or 6 months, whichever comes first. And we don't think there should be an age restriction there. A lot of the research has been done, has shown that young people, like older people, have families, have a lot of responsibilities, and so doing it on the basis of age, we didn't think makes sense. There are a couple of alternatives for your consideration. The first is some language that Pacific Park has put together, and what that would do is it would exempt new employees working for 6 months or less within a 12-month period. And we saw some merit to that, but our primary concern is that it's a very broad proposal, potentially creating a loophole that allows many employers throughout Santa Monica to take advantage of it potentially say we've got seasonal workers as well who should be potentially paid as low as the state minimum wage of $10 an hour. So we thought it was a little bit too broad. The other option you can consider is making no exception at all, which is what most of the jurisdictions that have adopted minimum wages have not done so, though in doing so you wouldn't be able to address some of the concerns about maintaining some of our family destinations that are more affordable. Next on your list was sick leave, and the council's desire was to go above and beyond what the state requires, which is a minimum of 3 days per year. That went into effect in January. So what we're recommending is that you maintain the state law's accrual of 1 hour for every 30 hours worked. However, you extend the caps. So one is that for large businesses, that cap would go all the way up to 9 days, and that for smaller businesses, it would go up to 5 days. And this follows what's in the ordinances that are adopted by both San Francisco and Oakland. Alternatively, you could consider imposing for hotels a sick leave provision that's similar to what's in the LA hotel ordinance. And what that does is it creates 12 days of sick leave paid, 10 days of unpaid sick leave, and has an accrual cap of 192 hours. So that's an option that's within your staff report. Finally, the council thought it was important that we have a good education and enforcement approach. And so we've got a few recommendations in this regard. First is that $80,000 be allocated for outreach and education really in the near term. The first adjustment in the minimum wage would happen in July, and would like to do as much as possible now to get the word out. Also, your ordinance includes some of the best practices with respect to enforcement that we found in ordinances adopted by other jurisdictions. And then finally, we're seeking your direction to continue discussions with the County of Los Angeles to contract with them for enforcement. We've had some preliminary discussions with the county that have been quite fruitful. The county has really set up their new minimum wage enforcement team with the idea that they could provide services to other cities. We think there's a real opportunity there, particularly with respect to the fact that likely this workflow will ebb and flow, and by having a larger organization we're partnering with, it better allows us to deal with that, and also allows us to develop some expertise with respect to those people who are actually doing the enforcement. So if you agree with that, we will put it into the mid-year budget that you'll consider later this month. Alternatively, you could consider that the city would provide the enforcement responsibilities, and obviously that would involve new resources and perhaps not the ability to ebb and flow that the county option provides. So before we turn it over to questions, I just want to recognize that before you tonight represents close collaboration among the Finance Department, the City Attorney's Office, and Housing and Economic Development. And it's been a really great effort. But I'd also like to recognize the many community members who've been involved in this process. We heard a lot of differing viewpoints, but one thing that carried through all the meetings was a real commitment to civil discourse, to agreeing to disagree, but keeping it at that very civil level. And also an understanding that this is likely going to involve compromises, and that those compromises may be the best for the community as a whole. So it was a really, really great process in that regard. So before I go to questions, I believe the city manager has some comments that he'd like to make. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you for that excellent report on behalf of the city staff. So tonight, the City Council brings to a close 8 months of policy research, analysis, and public discussions. Back in September, the Council unanimously directed the city staff to prepare an ordinance to raise the minimum wage in Santa Monica, in line with previous actions by the City of Los Angeles and the County of Los Angeles. As Mr. Agle has just outlined, we were asked to do extensive public outreach and analysis on a specific set of narrower issues on how a minimum wage can most fairly and effectively and specifically be accomplished and enforced in our community. So we've done that work, as Mr. Agel has just outlined. Notably, city staff's recommendations were broadly distributed a month ago in draft form, which gave stakeholders an opportunity to give their input on those in advance of a formal staff report, and many have done so. This stands, I think, in sharp contrast to the way business is done in Washington and Sacramento. In the sausage making of lawmaking in those capitals, it is not uncommon to cut backroom deals, to sneak in last-minute amendments, and to write in special interest loopholes. Ironically, the Brown Act does not apply to the state legislature that passed it. There's often no meaningful opportunity for real public dialogue on pending legislation. Sometimes bills running hundreds of pages see the light of day hours or even minutes before they are voted on. Now, cynics justify these practices. They claim it's just politics. And they think that pushing legislation through the sausage factory is a hardball game, that it's all about winning. Those cynics say, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. And on the issue of raising the minimum wage in Santa Monica, it's notable that only one force has taken this cynical approach to politics. It is an anti-union lobbying group that's based in Washington, D.C. They have inundated our community with brazenly misleading mailers and slick advertisements, disguising themselves as something they call Fair Wage Santa Monica. They have attempted to distort the community dialogue to advance their hidden agenda. I guess because that's the way they do business in our nation's capital, it's understandable that a high-powered Washington lobbying group would think their thuggish tactics would work here. They are wrong. Tonight's vote is historic. It will affect thousands of local workers and hundreds of local businesses. But it's not just what the council does tonight that counts. It is also how our community has gone about reaching this decision point, practicing open community dialogue among all parties. Of course, as we'll hear tonight, not everyone agrees. That's healthy. That's normal. What's distinctive is that here in Santa Monica, the process has been public and transparent. Now, since the proposed ordinance was published, a number of well-intentioned suggestions have surfaced. They involve potential changes of wording to the ordinance to make it clearer, or more effective, or more fair. Some of them undoubtedly have merit. But unlike the recommendations and alternatives presented in the staff report, they have not been subject to public vetting and dialogue. So as city manager, I'm concerned that last-minute language changes might have unintended consequences. The unintended consequence I worry the most about is the perception of breaking trust with all the parties who have participated in a public and transparent process. So, in consultation with Mayor Vasquez, I would like to make an additional recommendation tonight to the council. After hearing from the public, I recommend the council act tonight on the ordinance that you have before you, including the publicly vetted policy alternatives that you may wish to consider that were presented a few moments ago. And if there are additional technical issues that merit additional consideration, I suggest they not be hammered out tonight. Instead, I recommend you refer such potential changes in the technical provisions of the ordinance to a joint labor, business, and community advisory group. Working with city staff, such a technical advisory group would hold public discussions to examine, indeed, whether the ordinance can be strengthened through revised provisions. Now, the City Council adopted a similar approach during the zoning code adoption. Recognizing the complexity of that issue, the Council acknowledged there would inevitably be some cleanup amendments. So you mandated the consideration of technical amendments come back to the City Council for a future public vote after discussion in front of the Planning Commission. In fact, the staff and the Planning Commission are undertaking that analysis and proposing those changes right now. So the work of such a labor, business, and community technical advisory group could be very efficient and expeditious. Here's what I'm recommending. I suggest that we draw on the members of our community who have already participated in the process, and that either the staff or the City Council assemble from that group a balanced working committee of 5 to 7 stakeholders representing labor, business, and our community. At least 2 of the members of the working group should be experienced in labor law, representing both workers and employers. The group would not re-debate the Council's policy decisions on the minimum wage. Instead, the working group's charge would be to publicly discuss any technical issues that you, as a council, would refer to them tonight. They would then examine where the ordinance might be made clearer, more effective, or more fair. They would take input from all parties, as has been done throughout the process so far. And these recommendations would be arrived at publicly noticed meetings and publicly distributed well in advance of council consideration. And then based on those groups' conclusions, the city attorney's office would then draft the final language for potential technical ordinances or amendments to the ordinance. And then the council would hold a public hearing on adopting those changes as an amending ordinance in February or March. That would take place ahead of the effective date of the implementation of the ordinance on July 1st. So, as city manager, and really, I think on behalf of the city staff who've worked on this issue over the past 8 months, I pledge to you the same commitment to open and public transparency that has characterized our efforts to date. We've brought the community into this discussion on this important and controversial topic. Our commitment is not just a model for handling controversial economic reform. It is the way we are committed to doing the public's business here in Santa Monica. Democracy can be slow, but in an era of polarized rhetoric and deep divisions in our society and cynicism about government, we have a responsibility not just to do the right thing, but to do the right thing right. That's the Santa Monica way. Tonight, I am particularly proud to work for a city council that is committed to transparency and to working collaboratively with all the stakeholders in the community to create a city that works for everyone.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the staff? If not, we'll go ahead and open. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilor McEwen.
Just to clarify on that supplemental staff report we just heard, we would then be giving a direction to staff. Besides adopting the ordinance, we would be giving you a direction, because that's not part of what's on the agenda, but that would be a direction to staff based on how you explained it, to go ahead with a further public process to refine and hopefully improve the law.
Just as you did in September, if you feel that's necessary and valuable.
Great, thank you.
Seeing nobody. Oh, wait, Councilor O'Connor.
Right. I was more directed to the city manager, who was talking about polarized rhetoric. So I don't get to my mail often, so I guess there has been this campaign. But that you talked about in the campaign by some group. So, however, what concerns me is that, does that mean from your remarks that anyone who takes that same position, who may not be affiliated with that group, is now being cast and characterized as effectively being part of this non-quote Santa Monica-like group?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to reiterate what I said. I said, in this debate, discussion and difference of opinion has been healthy, and there certainly has been. And I want to reiterate, only one group, the group calling itself Fair Wage Santa Monica, has adopted these tactics. Lots of people who actually agree with them on substance have participated in the open dialogue, and have, I think, the respect of all parties. These are hard issues. But when a group in Washington, D.C., which has no local leaders that it's willing to put forward, engages in high-profile, deceptive efforts, like the one that produced these 6,500 names, attempting, came up to me at Farmers Market, tried to dupe me with their claims. Turned out, of course, as many people that we've seen, to be paid to do that. So they weren't really in a position to much argue the substance of what they were talking about. So that's my concern. I think it's not the Santa Monica way to pretend you're somebody you're not and to say things that are not true.
Right, but that doesn't mean that anybody who holds that position.
Absolutely not.
That.
No,
and we don't
I agree
even know.
with that.
We don't know who else might have been paid to be here tonight. Frankly, we just don't know. We just take people on their good faith.
Absolutely.
Seeing nobody else on the queue, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and we'll start. If I can get the folks to line up as I call your names: Peter Betts, Richard Hilton, Jason Isla, People of California, and Hunter Hall. And you know what? Let me spell Betts, because I don't know if this is correct. I'm spelling Betts, B-E-T-D-S, it looks like here. Was he here? All right, Richard Hilton, why don't you go ahead and come up, and let's see if Peter shows up later.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez and members of the City Council. Richard Hilton, Chair of the Housing Commission, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this subject. Our Housing Commission heard 5 speakers on this item in October. At our November meeting, we heard a presentation and voted unanimously to endorse the comprehensive minimum wage ordinance. I provided a letter of support on behalf of our Housing Commission. As an example of workforce salaries versus housing, a draft Nexus study conducted in 2012 determined that non-residential development in the next 20 years could create 1,280 new jobs. 842 of those employed would be moderate income or less. Our local affordable housing waiting list is comprised of 3,370 residents and workforce. While 95% of these residents' workforce are very low or extremely low income, just 25% of our inclusionary affordable rents benefit the lower income households. The city has made important amendments to our affordable housing production program by lowering the qualifying incomes and rent maximums. Our nonprofit housing providers prioritize our residents and workforce and offer deeper affordability. The Housing Commission embraces social justice and fairness in all of our deliberations. One important step is to support our lower income workforce. The Housing Commission endorses the phased-in comprehensive minimum wage ordinance, and we strongly encourage the City Council to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason, why don't you go ahead?
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez, Council. I'm Jason Islas, a member of the community, and I'm actually here speaking on behalf of Santa Monica Forward. I wanted to say that as an organization, we wholeheartedly support the $15 an hour minimum wage. It's long overdue, and it's absolutely necessary to keep pace with the growing cost of things. Also, as an organization, we understand that there are many other aspects of this ordinance that are incredibly complicated and nuanced and took a lot of time and effort and a transparent policy, and open community process, and that because of the complexity of it, that we defer to the wisdom of the council on much more of the complicated, nuanced issues, and we understand that you've had the time and the effort to talk to a lot more members of the community and understand the consequences. And second that on the work that staff has done and how in-depth the analysis has gone. It's all very good. Speaking personally, as my household will be directly affected by a raise in income, I'm happy that it might help us move back to my hometown. Thanks.
Thank you. Is people of California here? I don't see him here. Then I see Hunter Hall. How about Janabai? Is it Amston? Is Janabai here? No. How about Beth? It looks like Schroederson. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that last name right.
Yes.
Okay. Laura Rosen. Hunter, you want to come up? Because I don't see people of California. And I don't see Peter up here either. So why don't you go ahead?
Hey, I'm Hunter Hall with the Santa Monica Neighborhood Restaurant Coalition. First of all, I just want on the record to say Santa Monica Neighborhood Restaurant Coalition is not part of Fair Wage Santa Monica. I actually have no idea who they are. I really support all the open dialogue that city staff and city council have had over the past several months. Really appreciate it. I love the idea of a working group, and within the next couple of months with members of labor and the restaurant community, I think it's a great idea. And I'd love to be a part of it. We like the ordinance as is. There's a couple of technical things. A lot of it, I think, could be hammered out in another working group if we're afforded that opportunity. Some of it's legal, some of it is just philosophical. Specifically, just for the record, I think page 10, clause A should be stricken from the entire ordinance. I think it's contradictory. And I don't think it's the intent of city staff or council or the community for that matter. And we would support perhaps a slower roll up to the final number of sick days, whatever the council decides on. That would be helpful. Other than that, we really thank you all for your time, and we look forward to being part of the process going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Beth Schrader.
I'm sorry.
Hi.
Go ahead.
I'm an employment law attorney, and I work on the West Side. I represent a number of small employers. My main goal is to work with employers and help them comply with the laws, so I am very much in favor of what you've all tried to do here. I think we've all recognized that the minimum wage needed to go up. I think you've all done a great job in putting together an ordinance. I know there are a lot of compromises here. I sort of heard from the background some of the original drafts. I think you've worked hard to come up with a lot of good things here, and I think you've come a long way, and I want to congratulate you all on working hard and coming up with some real good language here. I want to specifically talk to and address a few things about something that hasn't been talked about here, and that's the penalty and the enforcement language. As you probably know, there are a lot of labor code sections that exist in California already that address penalties for failing to comply with statutes that already exist at the state law level. There are labor code sections, many, many labor code sections, more in California than exist in anywhere else in the country. We already have statutes such as the Private Attorney General Act that allow attorneys to go in and act in ways that allow them to represent individuals on behalf of other individuals in a section that, in a representative action that already become very burdensome for employers to handle. When I represent small employers, it gets to the point where sometimes employer groups of 25, 50, or 100 employees are dealing with penalties that can be in the millions of dollars just for very small violations. Now, those kinds of penalties accrue at a payroll period. These are accruing at a daily rate. We would just ask that you look at how these are being accrued.
Thank you. Laura, before you come up, if I can have Richard Peterson. Is there Richard Peterson here? Josh Loeb, I believe it is. And a Colby Goff. And Carl Hansen, I believe, is here, right? Go ahead, Laura. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Laurel Rosen, President and CEO of the Santa Monica Chamber. I first want to thank city staff, the mayor, and the council for their tireless work over the past 8 months to engage with the business community on these very important issues. So it's my responsibility to speak up for our businesses, especially the small mom and pop businesses who still worry about keeping their doors open. These businesses share our progressive values and perhaps more than anyone want to see Santa Monica remain a place where their employees and families can thrive. To that end, many in our business community do not oppose raising the minimum wage. Our employees deserve a fair wage with which they can support their families and futures. We also understand the need to stay regionally competitive as neighboring municipalities raise their wages. As a result of extensive community engagement, staff has developed a thoughtful set of recommendations that incorporate common sense suggestions given by the Chamber and other stakeholders. We were pleased to see their inclusion in the recommendations on service charges, education, and others. There are some recommendations, however, that continue to give us pause, most notably the paid time off. Even in the few days since the recommendations were released, I've heard from a number of businesses who are concerned about this potential change. With so many other changes coming down the pike through this ordinance and other new mandates at the state level, many businesses feel that 9 days of paid sick leave is simply too much to handle. It's not about the money. It's about the logistics of running an operation from one day to the next. The Chamber is happy to continue our dialogue with the city to sort through this and many other issues, especially as these new policies begin to take effect. And I do thank you for the city manager for some of his remarks. Again, I thank you for your leadership on this issue, and we hope that you choose to decide on the best possible solution for our businesses and employees alike.
Thank you. Richard Peterson.
Good evening. Richard Peterson, the Executive Vice President at Santa Monica Travel and Tourism, and it's a pleasure to be here this evening representing our concerns, both with City Council, the Mayor, and the audience that's in assemblance. Tourism meetings, events, business travel, all to Santa Monica, all contribute to the economic livelihood in our businesses and ultimately our community. The ordinance needs to work for everyone involved, from smaller businesses to large business partners. The ordinance should reflect the future needs of our city, just not today's needs. And this includes the success of Santa Monica businesses, which is measured by their ability to offer consistent and ongoing employment. With the majority of the businesses in agreement with the planned wage increase, the fair and careful timing of this ordinance, its implementation needs to be planned accordingly to allow the businesses within our community to be successful as they integrate them. Our businesses not only value their business coming into the community, but they also care for their employees that work for them. Further, we ask that there be ample allowances to review this on a regular basis, with time to review and effect similar ordinances in the surrounding regions, including Los Angeles. This will enable our Santa Monica business community to respond to the market shifts and overall business climate in the future. We ask that City Council consider the decision at hand seriously, and that the authentic Santa Monica experience that we all treasure in this community will continue to be available for our residents and visitors alike for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Josh, is that, or is that Kobe? Oh, Kobe, come on up.
Thanks. My name is Colby Goff. I'm one of the general partners of the Rustic Canyon family of restaurants. Along with Josh Loeb and Zoe Nathan, I'm also the least terrified of public speaking, so you've got me for 2 minutes. We own 5 restaurants here in Santa Monica, as well as an ice cream store, and have operated here for a little over 10 years. To Rick's point earlier, we're really appreciative of the process that's happened over the last 8 months. So appreciate the time that the council members have taken to meet with us, the ones that were able to meet one-on-one. Appreciate the time from Rick and Angie and Stephanie and the team. Regarding the minimum wage increase, we're completely supportive. I think it's what Los Angeles has done and what we're following on with makes a lot of sense, and we're looking forward to figuring out how to navigate that. We've also done a fair amount of budgeting looking at both 2016 and the next 5 years, and it's going to be tremendously challenging for locally owned businesses, but I think we're up to the challenge, and we're looking forward to moving forward. We appreciate the sensitivity with regards to that as well, how it's being rolled out in phased manner over a number of years so that we can kind of adjust as we go. And our one suggestion with the language, although we're supportive of the way it's written today, is with regards to sick days, that there really be a thoughtful, sensitive way to gently kind of implement those sick days over time. So maybe coinciding with the increase in minimum wage as well. That would be our suggestion. We'd also suggest going to 6 days total, so adding 3 rather than going to 9 or some other number. Leave it at that. As you move forward, if you can be thoughtful in the way that businesses will be impacted by this, especially locally owned, independently owned businesses that really make up the character that we saw in the Luce and how that was described. We're excited for that and appreciate you continue to think about us thoughtfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carl, before you come up, let me see. Is Ruben Gonzalez here? If you can come up. And then Rob, it looks like Hadak. I don't know if that's an HU. Haddock. Is Rob Haddock? No? No, I know. How about Paloma Nicolas? Oh, here we go. Okay, go ahead, Carl. You're first.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Carl Hansen, the Director of Government Affairs for the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for your time this evening. It's certainly been a tough few months and been some very interesting discussion. It's been, I think, a hard time for a Chamber of Commerce to, we represent both employers and many employees in the community, and trying to find a way to match the needs that I think many recognize for fair wages for our employees without having undue impacts on many of the good employers in the city. I think, none of us want to see an ordinance that benefits bad employers. We encourage you to implement an ordinance that is strong against that, but we also don't want to have undue penalties on many of our good local businesses. The wage as it's proposed and as was implemented in Los Angeles, I think itself represents a new and significant challenge to business. Even if you agree that it's a good thing, I hope you will acknowledge that this is something new and frightening to many of our members. And Santa Monica is looking to add some additional things to that, and I think we're encouraged by the process that's happened so far. City staff, as well as the council, have been putting a lot of hard work into listening to the community, both employers, employees, and groups that represent them. And that's been a very good process, and I think we look forward to being part of the discussion that the city manager referenced earlier tonight. Two of the points that we have concern with that we hope will be brought up in that later discussion I wanted to reference now. One of which that has been mentioned a little bit is the paid leave. 9 days is a pretty significant jump. The state recently mandated 3. Going up to 9 is a tripling of that. I think, as others have said, if that can be phased in, I think that would offset some of the burden. The other is the .10a that Hunter mentioned earlier about banquets and service charge. We think the general service charge language addresses that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ruben, you have Bill, is it Tocantins? Is he here somewhere?
Right here.
Oh, I see. Okay. So you're going to have 4 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll try not to use it all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Ruben Gonzalez, and I'm actually proud to be here speaking on behalf of Fair Wage Santa Monica. I'd like to make clear, with due respect to the city manager, not now, nor have I ever been a Washington insider. I have spent the last 10 years working on wage issues in this region. most recently in the city and county of LA, and was proud to come on as an advisor to several Santa Monica stakeholders who asked to bring this coalition together. You can disagree with our tactics, you can disagree with me, but I would ask that you not be so dismissive of the almost 6,500 of your constituents and residents in this city that signed onto the petition. They weren't duped. The discussion we had with them was pretty simple. Do you believe that a wage standard should apply evenly to all workers in Santa Monica? And that's what it comes down to, and that's the real question before you. There's a lot of rhetoric, but we need to base these decisions on reality and not rhetoric. The reality is, and I call you to the communication we've had with the City Council regarding the 20-page legal brief we submitted, there are significant legal issues that make the proposal in front of you potentially adverse with federal law. That's a reality. 2, some of the rhetoric that folks have shared with you has said that you have to have a labor exemption in this proposal, because if you don't, you'll be violating federal law. The reality is that that's not the case in the city of LA, it's not the case in the county of LA, or any of the other jurisdictions that have passed fair and even treatment wage laws. The reality is that a worker should not be at risk to a sub-minimum wage just because they work in a shop under collective bargaining. If you pass this proposal, then some workers in this city will get $15 an hour, a goal that the coalition shares with you, and I think everyone in this room shares with you. But other workers will be at risk to a negotiation that starts at $10 an hour. That should simply not be the case in this community or anywhere else in this region. That is why the City of LA and the County of LA did not include these exemptions. So what we are asking is that you consider the legal information that we've provided to you, and that you truly step back and ask yourself, should Santa Monica have a wage law that treats any worker differently, that gives them different protections? You will hear rhetoric about flexibility under collective bargaining, but what is your priority? The equal treatment of all the workers, or a flexibility that's only offered under collective bargaining status, but is denied to other industries in Santa Monica that would have liked that same flexibility to create total packages for employees? We ask simply that you pass a proposal that has one fair wage, treating all workers the same and all industries the same. That's not duping anyone, that's not lying to residents. That's the simple message that today is supported by at least 6,500 of your constituents. And you may dismiss me, you may dismiss this effort, you may dismiss the outreach we did, but do not dismiss the message that members of your own community is sending to you. They understand it, they're speaking loud and clear. Their names are right here in the pile that's been discarded to the side, but I hope you don't discard where they stand as easily. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a couple of questions for you. If you just sit. I have Councilmember Sue Hemmerich and then Kevin McEwen.
Good evening, Mr. Gonzalez. So I understand that you work for the LA Chamber of Commerce, is that right?
No, that was my past employer. I'm a consultant with my own firm.
Okay, so in that job, did you work on the the airport hotel wage ordinance?
I did, and actually in a prior job to that, I worked on the one Century Boulevard where they only applied it to one street.
And am I correct that that actually the city was sued over those ordinances for precisely the clause you're challenging here?
They were sued, but the difference in that case was you had a targeted...
I'm just asking, this is a yes or no.
Oh.
But they were sued over precisely the collective bargaining clause that you're complaining about here.
I wasn't involved in litigation. I believe that was one of the complaints, but I couldn't say for sure.
And are you aware that that those who complained about it have lost that case and are now appealing it to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals?
I'm not aware. I haven't been involved in that one in the legal level.
Thank you.
Councilor McEwen?
Well, I was going to ask about the fascinating coincidence I discovered that you, Mr. Ruben Gonzalez, are here advocating for a fair $15 wage for everyone, and I discovered an article in the International Business Times, where someone named Ruben Gonzalez, who was identified as an LA Area Chamber of Commerce Senior VP of Public Policy, argued against the living wage, or minimum wage, saying the increase would force companies to move or let go of workers, and was further quoted in Reuters news service being against an increase in wages. And I was going to ask you if you knew that other Ruben Gonzalez, but I guess you do. So my question is moot. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond to that, or?
No, this is just questions from the council.
Okay.
You had your time to speak. If we could move on to, is that Rob? Okay, come on up, Rob.
I'd like to hear the response. I think it's healthy to not ask rhetorical questions. So.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Terry.
Well, my question then is, do you know the other Ruben Gonzalez?
Yes.
Thank you.
We good?
Why don't you clarify?
Okay. Thank you. At that time, we were talking about the structure of a minimum wage, and what we were opposing was the amount, the phase-in, the various pieces of the minimum wage as proposed in LA. We weren't against a wage raise per se. We were against the proposal that had been on the table at the time that those quotes that Councilman McEwen decided to share with you. So, in context.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Robert Huddock. I'm an attorney here in Santa Monica. For the past 15 years, I've practiced exclusively in the area of employment law. I have represented numerous small and medium-sized businesses here in Santa Monica and the surrounding areas. Raising the minimum wage is an excellent step forward. I'm not here to say anything about that. What I'm here to do is urge the council to allot some additional time to consider some of the terms that are in the ordinance that are very likely to have unintended negative impact on both employers and employees. One example of that is section 4.62.100 that is entitled Law Enforcement Remedies and Penalties. There's language in this section that mirrors the California Private Attorney General's Act. Simply said, the Private Attorney General's Act allows private citizens to seek penalties from employers for wage and hour violations. And it allows for either $100 or $200 per pay period per employee. If you look at section 4.62.100, it increases, if you will, the ability to obtain penalties to every day. So what you end up with is an employer who employs a full-time employee over a biweekly pay period. The amount of penalties that an employee can potentially seek is multiplied by 10. And the PAGA as it exists today threatens many small and medium-sized businesses. And with something like, and here's why, because all an attorney has to do is make a claim against that employer, and that employer is significantly threatened that they must settle the case, or at least attempt to settle the case, regardless of whether they've committed any violation. Therefore, that's why I'm pointing out this particular section, and I think there are other terms in there as well that need to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Paloma, before you come up, let me just call a couple more names here. I have a Jasmine Joffe. And then looks like Austin Ariano. Is that correct, Austin? Okay. I know it. Paloma Nicolas. And you have somebody donating time. I guess it's Claudia Bautista. Okay. Thank you. So you'll have 4 minutes.
Perfect. Okay. Hi, my name is Paloma Nicolas. I am president of my club, La Sociedad, at Santa Monica High School. Our club was founded on the idea that we can take action into our own hands and improve the lives of teens like us. And as active members of the community, we heard about the first-time workers' seasonal employers exception to this new minimum wage law. This ordinance, though created with the goal of preserving employment, will only negatively affect the youth of our city. It disincentivizes business owners to rehire teen employees. If I work a job all summer long, complete my 480 hours, then return next summer, it would be much cheaper to hire another one of my schoolmates, new to the job, lacking the 480-hour experience, than to keep me as an employee. We cannot count upon the morality of our managers to keep us and give us a substantial wage. We need an equal minimum wage given our current economy. Most students take on a part-time job to pay for college, water bills, electricity bills, rent, what have you. I think maybe there's a misconception people have that teens use their little income on things like clothes and electronics, but the thing that they don't realize is that we all fear that college bill, those $60,000 or so dollars, coming our way when we leave high school. So we work, and we work really hard. Because according to a recent study, a daunting 48% of parents said they could not afford sending their child to college. So why is our first-time work less valued than once we've reached an oddly specific 480 hours when our income is going to a noble cause? Why will it take us 6 months at 20 hours a week, the average student's work hours, to prove that we're worthy of a raise? Your full-time worker can devote their life to the job, maybe finish their hours in 3 months. But after we finish our part-time work, we've got projects and quizzes and tests and APs that can't go undone. This small increase in payment could allow us to spend a little more time studying and a little less time working, or give us a bit more to put in our savings account. The bill was created in the name of preserving affordable entertainment for tourists and preserving employment and hours at current levels. This is true, but we also have to understand that if we want to raise income in our city, we have to be willing to pay our workers a living wage. This city prides itself in its acceptance of everyone, all genders, races, sexualities, what have you. I take pride in attending school here, and I'm thankful every day for the sense of equality that there is amongst my classmates. And I learned tonight that this is the most progressive minimum wage ordinance in the country, and I'm just amazed and so proud to be going to school here. But if you pass this law, you're alienating an entire group of workers. You're telling them their work is lesser, discouraging them from reaching their goals. So I ask you today to save the sense of equality in the classroom and give us an equal pay of $15 across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks are Rose doll out clapping. You could just do a little hand wave would be sufficient. Actually, the next one is actually Austin. Then we'll come up with.
My name is Austin Arenello. I live in Santa Monica, and I will work as a teacher at Zaniac Learning Center. I decided to start working in high school to get work experience. However, the money I'm earning is going to go into a college savings account. If the minimum wage was bumped up to $15 an hour, I would have made $9,360 at the end of my 3 years, as opposed to $7,800 annually. This means that I would have saved up $28,080 for college. That's a $5,000 difference between what I am going to earn. Even though the differences may seem small, it helps enormously. And my concern for those first-time workers / seasonal employers ordinance is that if it's passed, I could possibly lose my job after 480 hours or 6 months. I'm also concerned that future workers won't have enough money to save up for college. And it's really important to us to get into college in this economy. Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you. Jasmine, before you come out, let me just call a few more names to get people lined up here. Is it Renia Orellana? And then Andy Moss? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Jaffe. I'm a local here in Santa Monica, and I work at Soda Jerks, an ice cream shop on the pier. I've worked there for a month and a half now, and I was driven to work in high school because I have goals in life, such as studying abroad and paying my own expenses to help my family out. If I had a mere $5 raise, I'd be able to work less hours and study more to achieve my future goals, such as majoring in clinical psychology. And help help my family like they've helped me financially. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Reina Orellana, and I am a lead researcher on the UCLA Labor Center study, where we surveyed over 550 young workers in the retail and restaurant industries in Los Angeles County, including many young people here in Santa Monica. The minimum wage policy proposed will have a positive impact on workers here, and we commend you on this. But we are concerned about the exemption permitting employers to pay 85% of the minimum wage to employees working for the first time in the job or industry. We know that many of these workers are young workers. There's a myth that young people work for pocket change and have used that as an excuse to provide low wages. Yet our study finds that young workers work to live, not to play. With the rising cost of education and cost of living, we know that young workers struggle to make ends meet. In our study, we found that 48% of the young workers gave money to support their families. In fact, less than 1% spend solely on leisure or recreational activities. They also use their earnings on food, rent, household expenses, and savings. Thus, we know that young workers need the income, and in fact, almost 3/4 said that they would like to work more hours. Almost half of those that work within the retail and restaurant industries are young people. These industries already pay low wages. However, they also provide young workers with a much-needed income that supports families and their educational careers. We are also concerned that a 6-month minimum wage disincentivizes businesses in investing in young workers because they can rehire a new set of workers every 6 months. These low-wage industries impact workers across all ages and makes it difficult for workers to earn a living. Therefore, our research suggests that the City of Santa Monica should not pass an exemption for first-time workers and to treat all ages equally. No worker, young or old, should be exempt from a minimum wage increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy, before you come up, let me just call up a few more names here. Linda Piera Avila, I think I saw her. And then it looks like Joanna Brisalv. And then Maritza Ponce. Is there a Maritza Ponce? Okay, go ahead. Come on up, Andy.
Good evening. I'm Andrew Moss. As a lay member of CLU Santa Monica, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, I join my fellow CLU members and members from allied organizations in supporting the strongest ordinance possible, with comprehensive provisions for paid leave, protections on service charges, and enforcement. I support it for the reason expressed in the ordinance itself, that the state's minimum wages are inadequate to meet basic needs and sustain working families. Eloquent testimony from numerous working people over the past year has provided ample evidence of the truth of this statement. I support a strong, comprehensive ordinance for another reason, and that too is expressed in the wording of the ordinance, that income inequality is a growing problem throughout the U.S. and within the greater LA area. This problem, as many experts have pointed out, poses a profound threat to democratic values insofar as wealth and power accumulate in the hands of a few at the expense of the welfare of millions of people. It is unlikely that passing this ordinance or any similar ordinance in any other city will by itself reverse this dangerous trend. But passage of a good wage ordinance sends a powerful message that when our policies at the national level are held hostage by elite interests, it is the courage and perseverance of countless working men and women through their political organizing that sustain genuine democratic values at the local level. And these efforts, when combined with wise decisions by local officials, affirm that the true measure of a democracy is not the pseudo-freedom of a market-based ideology, but justice itself and the well-being of all citizens, not just the elite few. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect time. Linda, I think you're first. Now we're good.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez, Council. I'm Linda Piera Avila, a Santa Monica resident, and into the high-tech thing here now. Okay. On behalf of the Green Party County Council of Los Angeles County, I'm happy to inform you that we endorse the proposed Santa Monica minimum wage ordinance before you tonight. We support your efforts to enact a minimum wage ordinance with its comprehensive components. This ordinance helps to achieve workplace democracy and helps workers keep a fair share of the wealth that they create. Now, speaking as an individual, I read the staff report, and I would just ask that you consider directing staff or an advisory body, if you choose to create one, to include language for protection from retaliation regarding all components of the ordinance, not just the wage theft component as the staff report describes. Like, for instance, including protections if workers have grievances regarding taking 6 days or the way the service charges are distributed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. John.
Hi, my name is Jonah Breslau. I worked 8 hours this morning at Shore Hotel in Santa Monica, and I'm not being paid now, and I made $10.04 an hour for my time there. So this is an issue that I feel very strongly about, and that's very important to me personally, as well as my friends and coworkers. I'm very excited about so much of what I've heard about. I just want to comment on one thing, which is the hotel portion of it. Now, Shore Hotel has 164 rooms. So if we were in Los Angeles coming in July, we would be making $15.37 an hour. So in just a few months. But instead, we will be waiting a year more. And I'd just like to ask why there is a difference between workers in Santa Monica and workers in Los Angeles on this point. Santa Monica is a more expensive city than Los Angeles. Our hotels are more profitable, and we work just as hard as our coworkers in Los Angeles. So I really would ask that the city council not leave Santa Monica hotel workers behind the Los Angeles minimum wage, that instead you stand behind us and in fact let Santa Monica be a leader in the region on hotel workers' wages. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Maritza, is that Joseph Silva? Oh, you're Maritza, right? Yes. Okay, and then Joseph Silva's donating his time to you?
I'm translating.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up. And while you're coming up, let me just call up a few more names I have. Melanie Lutheran, I think I saw her back there. Alexandra Wayman and Vivian Rothstein.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Marixa Ponce y traduciendo José Silva. Nosotros trabajamos con nuestros compañeros aquí en el DoubleTree en Santa Mónica.
My name is Maritza Ponce, and translating for me is Joseph Silva. We are both workers from the Santa Monica DoubleTree, and we are here today with our coworkers.
Aunque hemos luchado por más de 2 años y trabajamos en propiedad del Distrito Escolar de Santa Mónica, todavía no ganamos un sueldo digno.
Even though we've been fighting for 2 years, and even though we work on property owned by the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District, we still do not make a living wage.
Yo he trabajado de recamarera en el DoubleTree por 8 años y gano nomás $11.60 por hora. Joseph trabaja de mesero y buzzer y gana nomás $10 por hora. Con propina, él gana todavía menos de $15 por hora.
Maritza has been working at the hotel as a housekeeper for 8 years, and she makes only $11.60 an hour. I work as a banquet server, busser, and room service server, and I make $10 an hour. And even with the tips, I make on average less than $15 an hour.
Yo tengo 4 hijos y la verdad que mi cheque ya lo he gastado antes de recibirlo. Simplemente no puedo pagar las cosas que mis hijos necesitan. Y manejo 45 minutos ida y vuelta del trabajo. Tengo que pagarle a alguien para que los pueda recoger porque yo no puedo llegar a tiempo.
So Maritza has 4 children, and she says the truth is her check is already spent before she gets it. She just can't buy her kids the things they need. And on top of that, she drives 45 minutes to an hour back and forth to work because she lives in Inglewood. And she has to pay someone to pick up her kids and take care of them because there's no way for her to get back home on time.
Joseph Silva antes vivía en Santa Mónica, pero se tuvo que mover porque no podía pagar su renta. Él se movió para Hudson y a veces maneja de 45 minutos a 1 hora para llegar al trabajo.
So Joseph Silva, that's me. As most of you already know, I used to live in Santa Monica, but I couldn't afford the rent at the time, and so I had to move out. And so I now commute from Hawthorne, where getting to work and getting back from the hotel takes 45 minutes to an hour on average as well. And so in addition to that, I wanted to add one more thing, because as a banquet server, one of the things that we fought for, and what we fight for in all the hotels, is that the management actually gives the gratuities to us, the workers. For that reason, we ask that you prohibit the hotels from creating tricks such as surcharges, excise fees, resort fees, service charges, commissions, or any other name for these service charges that do not go to the hands of the workers. I've seen them before, and yeah, they don't go to us. So please don't let the company control this money that customers are giving, that they believe that they're giving to us.
Gracias por su atención.
Thank you for your time.
Gracias a usted. Hands, folks. Thank you. Melanie.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez, Council. My name is Melanie Lutheran. I'm here on behalf of Unite Here Local 11, the Regional Hotel and Restaurant Workers Union. We represent nearly 2,000 community members here in Santa Monica. I'm also a proud resident of Santa Monica, though I'm originally from Youngstown, Ohio, where I come from a family where neither of my parents ever made $15 an hour. And for that reason, I'm so happy to be here today to usher in this minimum wage. Today, we have the chance to lead the country. And I'm thankful for the outreach that staff has done, and it shows that when workers are brought to the table, real progress can be made. So thank you so much for that. However, I'm concerned that we won't lead the country if we don't have parity with Los Angeles. And I'm specifically referencing the hotel minimum wage portion of this ordinance. The hotel minimum wage proposed today does not create parity with Los Angeles. In LA in 2016, the largest hotels there the largest hotels in that market will be required to pay $15.37 to their workers. So for parity to be realized, the largest hotels in our market should be required to pay their workers $15.37 in 2016. In Los Angeles, surcharges have not been legalized. As you've heard, surcharges may be a way to circumvent the strong service charge protection that we have, that staff has recommended, and that is also not allowed in the hotel workers minimum wage in Los Angeles. So we would not be creating parity if we allow that in our minimum wage ordinance here today. And in order to lead the country, or Los Angeles, we can't make the same mistakes that they did, which was to defer controversial issues. In LA, City Council chose to defer controversial issues, and they still have yet to be revisited. You have the power today to act on the hotel minimum wage and the surcharges because they are alternatives in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander, now is Andrew Cohen here? Okay. So you'll have 4 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Vasquez. My name is Alexandra Wayman. I am a research analyst at Unite Here Local 11 and a community organizer in Santa Monica. First, I want to thank you all so much for your diligent work on the minimum wage proposal and the outreach that has been conducted by city staff to engage various stakeholders in the community. As mentioned before, the hotel minimum wage as presented by the staff's recommendation does not create parity with the city of Los Angeles. In 2016, all hotels with more than 150 rooms will be paying their workers $15.37 an hour in LA, while in Santa Monica, according to the current proposal, all non-union hotel workers will not reach that hourly wage until 2017. The state of the hotel industry in Santa Monica is unique in comparison to other cities in the region. In a recent study done by HVS Global Hospitality Services, they reported that the Santa Monica hotel market has seen 5 consecutive years of RevPAR, or revenue per available room growth, one of the strongest indicators of hotel success from January through July 2015. According to Smith Travel Research, when compared to other cities in Los Angeles County, the subregion of Santa Monica Marina del Rey exceeds the performance of many other subregions in occupancy rate, average daily rates, and RevPAR. From January to July 2015, Santa Monica Marina del Rey had an average occupancy rate of 84%. This was greater than downtown LA, Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and the West Side. In August 2015, Santa Monica Marina del Rey came in close second in occupancy rate at 90.4%, after Hollywood Beverly Hills at 91.1%. Smith Travel Research also analyzed average daily rate for the same time period. They found that between January to July 2015, hotels in Santa Monica Marina del Rey had an average of $291.91 per night. These rates, again, exceeded those of downtown LA, Hollywood Beverly Hills West Side, and the LA airport. It is important to note that in August 2015, Santa Monica Marina del Rey hotels charged an average of $372.62 per night, reaching a high of $378.82 per night the week of August 8th, 2015. Finally, Smith Travel Research found that Santa Monica Marina del Rey again exceeded other hotels in the county and had an average RevPAR of $245.51. Coming in a close second was Hollywood Beverly Hills West Side, followed by downtown LA and the LA airport. We believe that a stronger than average hotel market in Santa Monica provides support for requiring the city's largest hotels to pay the same minimum wage as large hotels in Los Angeles by 2016. We ask that you make sure the hotel minimum wage creates parity with the city of Los Angeles and ensure that Santa Monica's hotel workers are on the same footing as those in LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Vivian, as you come up, let me just call a few more names here. I see Reverend Jim Kahn, Abby Arnold, and Trudy Goodwin. Go ahead.
Okay. You know you're doing something important when some of the most powerful interests in the nation are trying to stop you. I was phone banked a few months ago by a telemarketer urging me to oppose the Santa Monica minimum wage. I asked him who was paying for the calls and was told it was the Enterprise Freedom Action Committee. So I did a little research on the group, which is calling, door knocking, and mailing literature to Santa Monica voters under the name Fair Wage Santa Monica. Interestingly, the man behind the group, behind the organization, based in Washington, D.C., is a consultant, Richard Berman, who's made his living opposing minimum wage laws across the United States and California. He sometimes calls himself Dr. Evil. Berman sets up fake grassroots organizations funded by such interests as the tobacco industry, the alcohol industry, the hospitality industry, the fast food industry. And he sets up these groups with misleading names and pushes voters to oppose laws that they often actually believe in. Dr. Evil's secret potion is confusion and innuendo. His financing comes from the restaurant, tobacco, and alcohol interests. So no surprise. So far as I can tell, there's not a local worker or resident running Fair Wage Santa Monica, which apparently is based in our nation's capital. In contrast, over 100 residents recently and local employees came to a recent community meeting to support important elements of the local minimum wage. These include the wage level, protections against wage theft, 6 days, and an option for unionized workers if they want to use it. And it gives unionized employees a voice in their job conditions, exactly what Dr. Evil and Fair Wage for Santa Monica is fighting against. Don't let them stop us. Make history tonight. Thank you.
Our former mayor, Jim Kahn.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Vasquez, council members. I'm here representing Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, CLU, and the committee in Santa Monica. I want you to know that for the first time in a very long time, I've actually read this ordinance. I read the staff report. I read the alternatives. And I know that you know that there's some strong options here. I know that you know that this is really a tough issue. And but this is about a livable wage for people who work at the bottom of this economy.
And it's about democracy. It's about people taking charge of their lives and having the ability to make decisions in their own workplace. And it's about an empowerment. It's about empowering people not only to make a decent living, but also to have choices and to make decisions in their workplace, those places where, in fact, they can do that. Of course, you're aware also that there's been a lot of other reading material in the neighborhood through the Los Angeles Times and various mailings that have come to my apartment anyway. And as far as I can tell, all of those people did what they were supposed to do. They did their best to try to derail what you're going to do tonight. They did their best to confuse people in the city. And that's a shame. I didn't know that the city manager was thinking along this line the same way I am, but you know, you're going to adopt this tonight, and in doing that, you're going to make history. At least that's what I hope you do. And then you're going to make mistakes. So having a way to fix those and fix those right away, that seems like a reasonable thing to do as well. But tonight, just don't let those outside the city operatives keep you from doing something historic.
Thank you. Abby, as you come up, let me call a few more names here. I have, was Trudy Goodwin, didn't answer. How about Jackie Martin? Cynthia Reese? Lupe Stevenson? Okay, go ahead, Abby.
Good evening. It's nice to see all of you here tonight. My name is Abby Arnold. I've lived in Santa Monica for over 30 years. I want to thank the council for taking such strong leadership in giving direction and support to city staff to put together an ordinance that is truly going to help us make progress toward keeping Santa Monica economically diverse and allowing many of the people who work in our city to be able to live here and raise their families here in Santa Monica by raising their wages and giving them the opportunity to get benefits that are going to be able to allow them to take care of their families. I am a strong supporter of civil discourse, and it has been wonderful to hear so much agreement from diverse people in the community on this issue, and that therefore I want to say that it really truly broke my heart to get the mailers, to see the ads in the Los Angeles Times, and to get the robocalls from organizations that were making claims about the seven of you as individuals and as a council that I knew were not true. That kind of misleading information reminded me of what happened back in 2002. And so I pulled out my files from Prop JJ and Prop KK and looked at some of the mail that we got at that time, which claimed that some of our elected leaders were against a living wage for our community, that said that pro-choice voters were against a living wage, that said that people who supported schools were against a living wage. All of those things were untrue. And that's what happens when we don't have an atmosphere of listening to each other and good civil discourse. I hope that you will proceed with this and do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Jack?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jacqueline Martin, and I live here in Santa Monica and work in Santa Monica. I've been working at the La Meridian Delfina for the last 10 years, and I'm a tip employee, and my average is in per hour is more than $25 per hour with all my benefits. I have free health insurance for me and my family, and all the benefits that we have is because we have the option or to negotiate a contract with our company. And we, the workers, are the ones who decide what we want and how we want to distribute our money every 3 or 5 years or whatever we decide. So, and that's a right that we have. And I support supersession, and it's not that we want union members to be excluded, is that we already have a living wage thanks to these negotiations. And me as a single mother, I'm able to live in Santa Monica and raise my kids here because of this. And this ordinance is going to be the best one, and I know that you're going to do the correct things, and you're going to vote in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Reese? No? Lupe Stevenson? Before you come up, let me try a couple more names here. I have a Rosemary Molina. And then how about an Abner, it looks like Basinos? No? Oh, somebody's getting a... And Cheyenne Roy? I haven't seen him here. Oh, here he is. Okay. Okay, Lupe, why don't you come on up then?
Hi, good evening. My name is Lupe Stevenson. I've been working at the Miramar Hotel for 15 years, 10 years at the Lowe's Hotel. So I've been working in Santa Monica for 25 years. I work at the Miramar Hotel like a food server, like a waiter, and my salary is $9 an hour. If you guys don't pass for the minimum wage, we're gonna stay with $9 an hour. So we asking you people, they helping us to be making $15 an hour so we can have a better life for everybody, for the families, and the service charge that you try to propose it, the surge charge, we don't know what it is. We don't know where it's gonna go. We asking you people, they helping us in discharge that surge charge, whether we don't know, and we're gonna confuse the guests too, because they don't even know where the money is gonna go. So I hoping that you people supporting us, because we live under the minimum wage right now. So I hope you guys are giving us the good okay for everybody, for all the people that make right now $9 an hour. Thank you.
Excuse me, Lupe, there's a question here from you from
Yes.
Councilmember Helmer.
So did you say you work at the Miramar?
Yes.
And the Miramar is a union hotel, is that right?
Yeah, that's $9 an hour right now until I believe in, I don't know when it's gonna be up. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Rosemary Molina? Okay, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Rosemary Molina. I'm the Strategic Director of the Clean Car Wash Campaign, and I'm here tonight representing car wash workers in Santa Monica. I want to applaud the city for taking this monumental first step towards raising the wage with strong enforcement. There's a misunderstanding about penalties regarding wage theft. There's a very clear system of due process with this type of enforcement with a focus on settlement. San Francisco has a gold standard for settlement and enforcement, and they have a vast majority of their penalties waived for employers as long as workers are paid out the wages that were stolen for them. Penalties are needed to incentivize settlement. And let's not get the facts twisted. Workers are the real victims of wage theft. 83% of low-wage workers who win their wage theft claims will never see a penny. That's the statistic right now. We're also concerned that surcharges and service charges can turn into another form of theft. By implementing a service charge, you are transforming the system of income on which car wash workers rely. We urge you to maintain that all service charges in their entirety go directly to workers. This process should be transparent and enforced by the city. A service charge belongs to workers who perform the service. Also, we're entirely against a surcharge. We've seen from other cities that this can easily be impossible to enforce and can also result in another form of theft. We shouldn't be able to change around words so an employer can keep more money or try and offset an increase in the minimum wage. We need strong wage theft enforcement. I want to thank the City of Santa Monica for taking the courageous step to include such strong language and even language that's improved from the LA ordinance. An increase in the minimum wage is meant to increase the amount of money workers earn. It's the minimum wage, and it's literally the least that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, as you're coming up, I'm sorry. Let me see if is there Roman Leos here? Leos? And a Kathy Gentile? Go ahead.
My name is Shai Roy, and I'm going to read a statement on behalf of the Santa Monica Democratic Club Executive Council. Dear City Council members, Mayor Vasquez, the Santa Monica Democratic Club, reaffirming our commitment to an increased minimum wage for workers in our community, urges the City Council to pass the proposed ordinance before you without any delay or hesitation. Our club champions the core values of the Democratic Party and supports your action in keeping with our own long-standing progressive commitment as the Democratic Club of Santa Monica, a community widely noted as a bellwether in advancing the cause of equity and justice for workers. Further, we applaud Santa Monica's participation in the regional and national movement toward an increased minimum wage in line with measures recently adopted by our neighboring city of Los Angeles and the County of Los Angeles, bringing the compensation of workers in Santa Monica towards a more just and fair standard. As the new regional wage scale comes into effect, Santa Monica is well poised to implement a policy that improves the well-being of its workers and strengthens our local community and economy. We support the recommendations in the staff report. Is that my timer?
No, go ahead.
I'll keep going then.
Yes.
We support the recommendations in the staff report with any adjustments the council may find necessary to ensure the final ordinance will work for our community, and commend the staff's work in including measures addressing the provision of sick days, protecting tips, and continue to honor workers' right to organize and collectively negotiate the best package of pay and benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kathy, as you're coming up, let me see. Was there Roman Leos? No. Okay. And then Abner Pacino's. Is that nobody here by that name as well? And then Janet looks like McKeithen. Okay. And Sophia Chen. I think I saw Sophia here. Oh, yes. Go ahead, Kathy.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez, City Council. My name's Kathy Gentili, as it was the last time I appeared before this august body. But I understand as your own last name, I'm sure, is
always butchered.
Many times, yes, always butchered.
Sorry about that.
It's quite all right. As we come upon the Dr. Martin Luther King holiday on Monday, I wish to remind people of something that he said. Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? I'd like to think that I'm doing this for low-wage workers everywhere, but particularly here in Santa Monica, where I've lived for over 30 years. My husband and I put our daughter through all Santa Monica schools, including the college, and we're very proud to be renters, longtime renters here in Santa Monica, who can afford a rent-control apartment. My father was a service worker for over 20 years, and no one spoke up for him. No one spoke in favor of a living wage, any kind of a wage. He fought tooth and nail as a bartender his entire adult working life, and then the tips were what we bought dinner with every night or used for lunch money. So I support low-wage workers to be able to take a sick day. My father couldn't take a sick day. He was given a 2-week vacation every year, and that was it. I support the comprehensive, holistic package. I would have loved to have had a parent be able to come. My mother didn't drive until my youngest sister was a teenager. Nobody came to the PTA meetings. Nobody came to to any of those meetings because my dad worked 6 nights a week. So I worked at UCLA for 30 years, had paid sick leave, paid vacation. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet, come on up, Janet.
I'm the minister at the church in Ocean Park, and I'm also the temporary president of the Westside Interfaith Coalition, temporary for the last 5 years. Which I hope you're coming to the Interfaith Breakfast on Friday. I didn't know that I've been working for equity in many areas for much of my life, and in Santa Monica, I've been working in the areas of special needs children and adults, LGBTQ folks, racial justice, wherever a group of people are treated as secondary citizens. I'm called to try to make a change. And whenever we as a community have the opportunity to create a more beloved community, we have that responsibility as well. Tonight I speak for myself, and I also speak for Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. And I want to really thank you all for creating such an open and transparent process for this, where many people have been able to give input into this process from various regions of the community. And I strongly support the recommendation of staff and would strongly encourage you to ensure the benefits are included. Staff addressed many of my concerns. One of my main concerns, which was restaurant surcharges and extra charges, because if a customer goes to a restaurant and then all of a sudden has an extra charge, they're not going to be happy, and so they're not going to come back, and they're going to tweet it, and they're going to Facebook it, and no one else is going to go to that restaurant. So it's not going to be beneficial to anybody to have extra surcharges or charges on their bill if you spring it on them. So I support a strong, comprehensive minimum wage policy, and I agree with our city manager that we should pass this tonight and create a task force. I think that's a brilliant idea and the best way to go for the reasons that he gave. And I'm going to close with a quote from my favorite theologian, Dr. Seuss. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing's going to get better. It is not.
Thank you. Sophia, it looks like you're coming up to interpret for somebody here.
Yeah, right after me, I think.
Oh, is okay.
I think, and then Eleuterio is after
Sanchez,
me,
is that Sanchez? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, yo primero. Okay. So, do I start? Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sophia Chang with the Restaurant Opportunity Center. Santa Monica should be really proud. This ordinance is amazing, and it's the standard for the nation and the state. There are a few improvements that could make it a little bit more enforceable. The intent is to raise wages and improve lives. Service charges and surcharges cut into the tips that workers live off of and depend on, with the net effect of reducing overall worker income. The ordinance's tip protection is strong because it makes sure that service charges go to workers, and we need the same for surcharges. We already know the pitfalls around surcharges because over 25% of San Francisco restaurants have been using healthcare surcharges for the past 7 years. A grand jury found that San Francisco restaurants were stealing and profiting off of these surcharges literally in the millions of dollars. And that's why the grand jury's #1 recommendation out of all their recs was to ban surcharges, because it's wage theft and consumer fraud. Surcharge fraud actually costs the city of San Francisco money because the city treasurer, tax collector, and DA's office had to investigate these problems. So let's learn from these lessons and make sure that the policy includes surcharges in the service charge protection or has a phase out after 2 years. Council should also draw on state law and make sure that employees get a record of all service charges or surcharges each pay period and make the penalties consistent with Labor Code 226, 353, and 354 for lack of reporting. And that's in a letter that's already, been sent to the city. It is in public record. Regarding paid sick days, Council should achieve parity with the state for how workers actually use their sick days. So 3 points: make sure that workers can actually take sick days without barriers like finding a replacement or providing a doctor's note, because a lot of low-wage workers don't have access to a doctor. 2, match the penalties available at the state. And 3, require employers to track sick days on pay stubs like they do in state law. My suggestions are based on conversations with hundreds of restaurant workers throughout the county and assistance in over $1 million in wage and hour claims. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you get started with the next speaker here in your translation, let me just call up a few names here. If we can get Derek Smith to line up, Bertie Roberts, Oscar de la Torre, Maria Loya. So if you're going to translate, we'll give you a little extra time, so go ahead.
Okay. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Eleuterio Sánchez. He trabajado por más de 25 años en la cocina
y en la mayoría de mis trabajos he visto robo de salario y muchas de las veces no hace uno reclamos por temor de ser despedidos y una de las causas es porque con el sueldo que solo un trabajo no se puede vivir dignamente.
Good evening. My name is Eleuterio Sanchez Hernandez, and I've been working in restaurants in the kitchen for more than 25 years. And in the majority of these jobs, I've seen wage theft, and a lot of times we never did any claims for the fear of being fired. And one of the reasons why is because with the income that you just get from one job, it's not enough to live in a dignified manner.
Trabajar como cocinero es una carrera, pero no tenemos un diploma. No es justo que uno necesite 2 o 3 trabajos para sobrevivir. Necesitamos más protección en el ingreso para que el empleado pueda vivir de una manera buena.
Working as a cook, I see it as a career. We just don't have a diploma. It's not fair that a person needs 2 or 3 jobs just to survive, and we need more protection for all of our income so that employees can actually live in a better way.
En cuestión de las propinas, he visto muchos cambios. He visto que los dueños quieren controlar más las propinas para tener acceso a otra fuente económica. El trabajo en la cocina es muy pesado y peligroso y para nuestra salud.
In terms of tips, I've seen a lot of different changes. I've seen that employers want more control over tips to have access to another source of funds. Working in a kitchen, it's really hard work, and a lot of times it's actually harmful to our health.
Si un empleador quiere repartir propinas o cargos de servicio con los cocineros, necesitamos una póliza clara para cada uno de los restaurantes. Por ejemplo, un porcentaje fijo que corresponda a la cocina, si no, no nos vamos a saber si una parte de dinero queda con el dueño.
If an employer wants to share tips or service charges with cooks, we need a really clear policy. For example, a fixed percentage in each restaurant that goes to the kitchen. If not, we're not going to know if some of that income is staying with the employer.
El derecho del trabajador debe quedar igual, no importa el nombre de la propina. Tengo el derecho de recibir todo mi ingreso con récords claros y transparentes.
Workers' rights should stay the same no matter what you call a tip. I have the right to receive all of my income with clear and transparent records.
Yo gané un reclamo de pago por robo de salario porque trabajé entre 10 a 16 horas al día durante 6 días a la semana, durante 10 años. Conté con unos récords e hice un presupuesto de horas para ganar el caso. Siempre digo a los compañeros, mantengamos récord de las horas que trabajamos para defendernos y también mantener copias que nunca puedan borrarse. Gracias por escuchar nuestros testimonios.
So just the final paragraph. I won a wage claim because I was working 10 to 16 hours a day, 6 days a week for 10 years. And I calculated how much I was owed, and I won because I had a record of my hours worked. And that's why I always tell my coworkers to keep records of how much you work to defend ourselves and make sure that you have copies that don't fade over time. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. Gracias. Derek?
Good evening. Many of the sort of technical points that I was going to hit, I've actually been hit far more proficiently than I, so I'll just speak from the heart. Look, at the outset, the city manager said this was an 8-month process, which of course he's right, except some of us know that this has actually been a far longer process. I got involved in this 15 years ago, and this living wage movement that we took on, and many of the people on this dais and the audience took on as well, changed my life in many different ways. One thing that I taught, a hard lesson, was the lengths that companies will go to avoid paying workers a fair living wage, and that was a hard lesson, but a good lesson. But the other more positive thing is the inspiration that I received from elected leaders, from community leaders, and of course from the workers. And it was because of that inspiring experience that I made it my life's work to pass minimum wages all over the county, LA, Long Beach, and so it's a nice sort of full circle that we're going to pass a historic minimum wage here tonight, and I'm proud to be a part of that, and I'm proud that you are all part of that as well. And so I hope that you do the city proud and the region proud by passing the minimum wage that we all expect from you. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pastor Bridie Roberts. I am the Program Director at Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. I am also a United Methodist pastor. In 2004, I packed up a Kia Sportage and moved from Iowa to California to attend seminary. I had no intention of staying in this beautiful state. I thought I'd end up in New York. I certainly didn't think that I would find myself dedicating my life and ministry to the work of economic justice and labor. But in my third month here, I received a call from a friend who asked me if I would walk on the streets of Santa Monica and knock on doors and talk to the residents here about raising the wages for workers in the hotel industry. And I needed the money, and so I came. And what happened to me that weekend changed the entire trajectory of my ministry, the way that I would end up working for God in this world, but also my understanding of what it means to take risks and to believe that anything is possible. Tonight, you have the opportunity to pass the best minimum wage policy in the country. It's not just an opportunity to be historic. This is an opportunity to change the lives of thousands of people in this city, but eventually millions more across this country. But not if we stop at the finish line. We have to push ourselves through the difficult barriers that are here, the challenging issues that we still want to debate, to pass the most comprehensive and robust policy possible. We have that capacity. We have that power. In my work, I consider myself not only an organizer and a strategist and a pastor, but a chaplain for this movement. I have met with hundreds of workers in the years that I have been here and heard the stories of wage theft, heard the stories of losing tips, heard the stories of unregulated hours, of abuse, of sexual harassment, of being kept after hours in ways that you could not expect. Today, we have an opportunity to set a standard that Santa Monica workers not only will enjoy, but workers that we will never meet. And I ask you to step to it.
Thank you.
And thank you for your work.
Good evening, Mayor Antonio Vasquez. That sounds so good, I'm going to say it twice. Good evening, Mayor Antonio Vasquez. And good evening, Mayor, members of the council and staff. My name is Oscar de la Torre. I'm a member of the school board, and I'm also vice chair of the Pico Neighborhood Association. And I'm here to support the staff recommendation to finally get a living wage here implemented in the city of Santa Monica. When I was president of the school board in 2008, we had this debate. We talked about lifting the minimum wage to a living wage. There was about 24 cafeteria workers, that would be impacted. So it wasn't a huge impact, but it was definitely a very important decision for us because all of those families ended up in a better position. And I know a lot of the women, mostly single mothers, that work at Santa Monica High School, 14, hours a week, 20 plus hours a week, not a lot of hours. But I remember talking to them about, what does this change mean to you? And they talked about how they had more money, to buy a new backpack for their kids, or they had more money to buy shoes for their kids. All of this, really was something positive for them. They had a better quality of life, not just for themselves, but for their children. These are the children in our school district. These are a lot of the workers that come to Santa Monica to work, and those that are residents that work in a thriving tourism industry, in the hospitality industry. These are parents, So, on the school board, I get to see all the data. We look at the achievement gap. We know that, Latino and African American students don't do as well, as others. And one thing that is really important that we see all the time is what income does. You can almost predict school achievement, based on income. Income plays a big role. And so when we pass this today, we're doing well for our students and for the families of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria, as you come up, give me just a minute as you're getting set up. Let me call a few names. Sarah Braff. Is there a Matthew Lehman, and Francis Engler. I saw Francis here. Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Vasquez and council members. My name is Maria Loya, and I'm here representing the Pico Neighborhood Association. We sent a letter earlier today supporting the staff recommendation to increase the minimum wage in Santa Monica. As you know, the Pico neighborhood is one of the most diverse neighborhoods in the city of Santa Monica in terms of its ethnicity, its age, and its income. And we're also the largest concentration of single-family households. So an increase in a minimum wage will not only pull people out of poverty, many Santa Monica families out of poverty, but it will work to improve their quality of life. And many of these families, they live paycheck to paycheck. And right now, with rapid gentrification, a good quality job, a good union job, and a job that pays a living wage can make a difference whether a family can stay in Santa Monica or otherwise be pushed out. And so we urge you to vote to increase the minimum wage here in Santa Monica. We think that we believe that the protections that include enforcement of wage theft, sick days, protection for tip workers will help strengthen our workforce, the same workforce that help our city thrive. And so we urge you to vote to increase the Santa Monica minimum wage and to join many cities in this country to help lift up working families out of poverty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, you doing?
My name is Sarah Braff. I'm president of the Santa Monica Malibu
Sorry, no, we're going to.
Classroom Teachers Association.
No, we're cute. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm also a 28-year resident and a 27 years of teaching within this district. And I remember in, I believe, 94 or 95, walking with candles. Do you remember? From Frito Misto across 4th Avenue and coming all the way down. So this fight for hotel workers and for all workers is one that has gone on for many, many years. Now is the time. We are here. I am so thrilled. I am literally wearing my heart on my sleeve. I'm very proud, especially to see a lot of the young people here as well as the workers, and to see high school students, our high school students, wanting to take an active role in our community to make progress. Having sick days is a matter of respect. It means you honor that that person is a human being and that they have families, whether they're taking care of children or parents. They're taking care of someone. And so we need to remember that about sick days. We need to fully fund the $15 and change. We need to not wait. Now is the time, please. This is such an opportunity, and it's so exciting that we have the opportunity of taking a great deal of pessimism over the last 10 years and turning it around to positivism and to taking ourselves forward in a really positive way, that we are helping all of us move forward and not just the people at the top and the people of privilege. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez, members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this evening. My name is Matthew Lehman. I'm the General Manager of the Fairmont Miramar Hotel and Bungalows, and I'm here in support of the ordinance before you this evening. I'd also like to thank you for the thoroughness and the diligence applied to this process and the engagement of many stakeholders in our community and the efforts made to get all of their opinions before making a decision on this crucial issue. The Miramar is one of the oldest businesses in Santa Monica. We're currently the largest employer in the downtown district. We're also one of the longest standing union partnerships in the city. Our efforts to provide a wage and benefit package that allow us to recruit and keep the best talent possible, many of whom are Santa Monica residents, is something we would like to continue to do, and we believe that this ordinance allows us to do so. So I'd like to encourage you to pass it this evening and appreciate your support in continuing to employ so many Santa Monicans and making this terrific community what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Francis, as you come up, let me just call out a few more names. Jonathan Foster. I think I saw him here. Ira Gottlieb. Marcy Winograd. Jennifer Kennedy. Marcy, maybe, yeah, if anybody's down, we'll give them a chance to come up. It looks like some people are coming through right now. Go ahead, Francis.
Okay. So my name is Francis Engler. I'm with Unite Here Local 11, and I, too, have been in the community of Santa Monica fighting over the issues of the living wage for my entire career, 18 years in the union. And I'm going to focus today on 2 points that really determine whether the law that we passed today will be the historic law we all hope it to be. And both of the issues that I'm going to touch on have already been proposed in letters. It's already on the public record. They've already been discussed in community hearings. They've already been brought to the council months ago. And both of them are already as alternatives in the staff report. So they're both things that the council can act on tonight. The first of them is on the hotel wage, and I'm here with Maria Zamora, who donated her time to me tonight. And until she was injured in March of 2014, she was earning $8.50 an hour doing backbreaking work as a housekeeper for a staffing agency that was working on Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District land. State law, not local action, has raised the minimum wage for agency housekeepers like Maria to $10 an hour. And we believe that agency housekeepers have waited long enough to come up to $15.37. The hotels in LA are coming to $15.37 this year, and we ask that workers like Maria reach that this year as well, and that the CPI be applied to the raise to the increases in the minimum wage at the latest in 2017, so we don't have our wage set permanently behind where LA's is. Otherwise, our law would be less than LA, and we can't claim to be leading the region that way. The second issue is on hotel service charges and this surcharge proposal. Alternative 2, that is already in the staff report, says would not allow surcharges or anything else defined separately from the same hotel service charge language to be allowed in hotels. And that's extremely important if we want parity with the LA hotels. We need to make sure that every trick, every gimmick that steals tips from workers, no matter what we call it, surcharges, commissions, facility fees, resort fees, are covered by the same rules as service charges, which means they go directly into the hands of workers and no one else. So please don't allow hotels to create any new category of charge that adds more confusion to the already difficult system of tracking millions of dollars in gratuities through the hotel industry. This is, as an organizer working with workers in the hotel industry in Santa Monica, this is one of the #1 issues that workers first come to us with, which is that they can't figure out where the money is going in all these charges. I understand that there's some discussion about what to do in standalone restaurants, but please don't allow those experiments in hotel food and beverage. If we do these 2 things tonight, I believe we can proudly call our minimum wage the most progressive in the city, and I thank you for all of your work on it, and I look forward to what we can get done. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Francis, there's a question here from the Mayor Pro Tem.
Just to clarify, you're suggesting that in lieu of the staff recommendation on service charges and surcharges, we adopt the language that was proposed by Unite Here and the Restaurant Opportunity Center and Clean Car Wash campaign that's in the appendix?
That's correct. And that is in if I'm right, that is already documented in the staff report. It's already been looked at. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Foster. In 2 Chronicles chapter 1, Solomon is in the midst of God, and God speaks to him, which is an incredible thing, and asks, "What shall I give thee?" And Solomon says, "Let thy promise unto David my father be established. Give me now wisdom and knowledge." And all wisdom only comes from God, and I think we should need that here. Mark 9, Peter, James, and John were on the mountain with Jesus. Elias and Moses appear, and God's voice speaks to them, which is again incredible. And this is my beloved son, hear him. So I wanted to say I'm not against a $15 an hour minimum wage or making the billionaires pay up. What I mind is crushing micro startup concepts. The $10 an hour state minimum wage prevents Santa Monica from doing right things right because it prevents supporting the real essence of business, and that is what freedom really is. And I don't want to kill an unborn micro business is not exactly how I wish to proceed. A framework must be created where everyone registers and signs their rights away, same as we do for having a jury trial for a driver's license. That making $8 an hour is okay with everyone because they believe in the startup concept, they believe in the boss or the friends they work for, and they want to do it. To foster it into something big won't be able to happen because the law mandates 10 or 15 bucks an hour. And if we go back to Matthew 15, a woman cried, "Mercy on me, O Lord, Son of David." Jesus said, "It's not meet to take the children's bread and cast it to the dogs." And she said, "Truth, Lord." So she knew, she said so. But she said, "Yet the dogs eat the crumbs which fall from their master's table." So there must be a way to foster and support low cash flow businesses that can't support 10 or 15 bucks an hour. If they want to, they need to be able to make $8.
Thank you. Ira, come on up.
Thank you. I'm Ira Gottlieb. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council and staff. I've been a union side labor lawyer for 34 years, so I have some appreciation of the historic nature of this occasion. And I would urge the council to pass the ordinance with the exception of the 85% training wage or youth wage. And I would also urge council to achieve parity with Los Angeles as the United Here representatives have advocated. It's a step toward the goal of enabling full-time workers to make ends meet in this expensive city and county. I'd like to make quickly 3 points about the collective bargaining exemption. The minimum wage really is kind of a substitute for bargaining power where an individual employee lacks that power to bargain with the employer. On the other hand, where a union provides that counterbalance and a collective employee voice, the union and members can then best decide together what economic mix they want to bargain for. And so the exemption does make sense on that level. And Mr. Gonzalez earlier this evening talked about flexibility, but that flexibility is unilateral for the employer. It's not a collective back and forth negotiation where the employees really have anything to say. Finally, I point out that the California Labor Code and many other local wage ordinances have exemptions from overtime and other provisions for collectively bargained terms of employment. So I would stick my neck out here and say that a properly worded exemption under collective bargaining would probably not be preempted by federal labor law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marcy Winograd, and I am a resident of Ocean Park. I teach English at Venice High School. I want to thank the council, and I want to thank City Manager Rick Cole and Assistant City Manager Elaine Polachek, and all the community stakeholders who have worked so diligently on this excellent ordinance, which I wholeheartedly support. I support the City of Santa Monica joining with the City of Los Angeles in establishing a $15 minimum wage per hour. It's the sooner the better. And I also support the paid leave provisions and provisions involving enforcement of wage theft. As a teacher of young people, I do, however, have one concern, and that is this second-class status for young people who are, quote, learners on the job. I see this as a potential problem for the City of Santa Monica and a big legal headache. Who's a first-time learner, who's not a first-time learner. I see layoffs every 6 months, bringing on a new workforce. So please rethink that. But thank you so much for everything. Great ordinance.
Thank you. Go Gondos. We have Jennifer Kennedy, Jeremy Blassie, and Denny Zane. Go ahead, Jen.
Mayor Vasquez and council members. I'm Jennifer Kennedy, and I'm reading a letter signed by Patricia Hoffman and Denny Zane, co-chairs for Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights, on behalf of the organization. As part of our longstanding commitment to ensuring the well-being of members of our community, Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights supports civic action that advances the cause of equity and justice for workers. To that end, we urge you to approve the proposed minimum wage ordinance before you. The City of Los Angeles and the county alike have recently adopted measures that set a regional wage scale, and the recommendations in the staff report would bring the same fair standard to workers in our city. The staff report makes further recommendations in several areas, including sick days, protections against employers skimming workers' tips, and continuing Santa Monica's well-established practice of honoring the right of workers to collective bargaining, whereby they can negotiate the best compensation package of pay and benefits, including health coverage, family leave, and firm, predictable work schedules. We urge you to adopt these recommendations with any adjustments or refinements you find necessary to ensure that the finalized ordinance will work for our community, and we applaud staff for the thoughtful and insightful analysis that went into them. Thank you. And I just want to say I'm a member of SMER, and I personally concur with this message, and thank you very much for your efforts. As a parent of children who are navigating for the first time the housing and employment markets, I also want to thank you for taking steps to help young adults in our community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Blasey. I'm a staff attorney with Unite Here Local 11. I've been asked to say a few words about the history of legal challenges to similar legislation. The bottom line is that laws along the lines of what you're considering tonight have withstood legal challenge over and over again. In 2007, Los Angeles passed a living wage law for LAX area hotels, which, like the proposal before you here, included a union contract supersession clause. The next year, hotels challenged the law, arguing that it was preempted by the National Labor Relations Act. The case was heard by a conservative Republican, Reagan-appointed judge, Stephen Wilson, who considered the matter and dismissed the challenge as baseless, upholding the law. In 2012, a city contractor sued the city of Los Angeles, alleging that its 15-year-old airport living wage ordinance, which likewise included a union contract supersession clause, similarly violated federal labor law. And the court, again, with a Republican appointee, Duke Majan appointee, rejected their argument, again, as baseless and granted summary judgment for the city. Most recently, last year, in 2015, Los Angeles passed a citywide minimum wage law for hotel workers, and hotels challenged this law, making essentially the same argument on federal preemption grounds, and sought an injunction barring the city from going forward with it. The challenge, the case was heard by Judge Andrew Barat, who soundly rejected the request and let the law go forward, finding that the challengers had shown no likelihood of success on the merits. We're confident that the case, which is now being heard up on appeal, will shortly be dismissed in its entirety. In all three of these cases, the court explained that the federal preemption argument was baseless for the same simple reason, and that is that local wage laws do not discourage collective bargaining or dictate the outcome of the process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Boy, you're aging me, man. I worked with your dad. Gary, is that your dad,
That
Gary?
is my dad, yeah.
Wow, many, many years ago. But Denny Zane is the last speaker. But before we have Denny, let me just roll through some of the folks that didn't come up. Maybe they were downstairs or coming up now. I have Peter Betts, People of California. Jabani, it looks like Amston. Janabani. I don't know if she's here. Josh Loeb. And let's see who else. Trudy Goodwin. Cindy Reese. I think that's it. All right, come on, Jenny. Our former mayor.
Denny Zane, 2402 3rd Street, Santa Monica. After listening to all the wonderful testimony, I wondered what new I might have to offer you tonight, because so much has been said. Remarkably, though, one thing that was not said was evidently, and I expected after 6,500 petitions, that there might be a crowd of opponents here. Remarkably, there really is not, and I think the explanation for that in part is because so many of them really support what you're doing and have been misled to petition to the contrary. This is a real honor for each of you. It's an honor to make history. Very, very, very few people ever really get the opportunity to do what you have the opportunity to do tonight, make history. But we should reflect that this history has been really a long time in the making. Derek earlier mentioned how it was that way back in 2001, this council adopted the then first of its kind living wage ordinance in America. Now, that was forced to the ballot, and it was narrowly defeated by a very, I think, misleading and contentious campaign. But we're back here now in part because of what you did then. Because what you did then, while it may have been temporarily overturned, triggered a union movement in this city and around this county that has inspired the nation to do and consider doing what you are doing here tonight. That living wage measure may, in fact, have had far more repercussions in its defeat. And now here we are again, reaffirming its victory. Thank you.
Thank you. People of California?
Thank you. When Judith Miller, I think, was in jail for contempt, Scooter Libby sent her a cryptic message, something about in the West where we vacationed, the aspens are turning. They turn in unison because their roots connect them. And it was very odd, but it actually was noted in the New York Times at the time. And I think what was interesting about that was that it shows that there is a connection beneath the surface that these people rely on. And what if the city council were to say no? Would it stop the county or the city of LA or any of these surrounding areas from doing the same thing? So it's really kind of irrelevant. There was a position taken by Bill Bauer the other day that somehow this was going to cause inflation. In fact, it probably will. But I think in the long run, what it should do is force a reckoning between rising profits for employers and business owners and the wage earners who create those profits. There should be a equalizing, because of course we know that industrial wages don't go up, but the salaries of the CEOs do. So in the long run, there needs to be a profit sharing element to this, and I don't see it, in fact. I think these people can basically just raise the prices and pass them along to consumers. And unfortunately, that's what causes inflation. So instead, what you need to do is mandate profit ratios, something like that, making sure that workers get compensation that's proportionate to their value to the companies that they're working for. Of course, when you raise people's wages, you also create an incentive for people not to be hired because it costs money to bring new people on.
Thank you. That ends the public comment of those that turn in chits on time. We do have 3 late chits.
Second.
It's been moved and second. All those in favor, ayes? Opposed? Here we go. We have Jeremy Studis and Sonia Sultan and Robin, looks like Wagner. That's right. The spelling looks like. Jeremy, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Stutz. I commend Council's efforts on minimum wage. Housing costs are still rising in Santa Monica, and what remains true is that while this may be a minimum wage, it is not a living wage for the majority of people living in Santa Monica. Average monthly rent in 2014 was $2,618. According to HUD, You should spend no more than 2/3 of your paycheck on housing. That would make a living wage for average rent about $50 an hour. And that was in 2014. Housing costs have increased since then. I work with 200 employees at a large retail store in Santa Monica, and the majority of them simply can't afford to live in the city that they work in. Traffic is a complication of that, as they commute in every day and out every day from our city, and we know that's true for many workers who work in Santa Monica but can't afford to live here. Again, I commend council for your efforts on minimum wage. I'd just love to see more housing. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Sonia Sultan. I wasn't originally planning to speak, but when I heard so many of the inspirational speakers, and then I heard Derek talking about how he got his start here in Santa Monica, and that was actually how I got started in politics and activism in Santa Monica through the living wage movement that, as we know, is now finally coming to fruition. We hope with what we hope will be the most progressive minimum wage and living wage ordinance passed, and that will be a bellwether for the region and hopefully beyond. And I just want to say a quick word about the union supersession issue. I think when you come to understand it, you can see how this is just a matter of treating the workers with respect. They are in the best position to decide what they want to collectively bargain for and how they should do it. And we definitely need that built into our ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name's Robin Wayner. I've lived in this city for 40 years on 2nd Street, north of Wilshire, a block from the Fairmont. I started my working career when I was 3 as a child actor on television. I moved here, and the first job in Santa Monica was at the Huntley Hotel in 1986. I worked at the Fairmont. I've worked at the Lowe's. I was fired at the Lowe's for organizing workers. On Cinco de Mayo, 2001. I worked at Shutters in Casa del Mar. Many of you know for 10 years I was a shop steward at the Radisson LAX Hotel, where we had a union for over 30 years, and a gentleman from India named Israni bought the hotel, which at the time was the Wyndham. The union contract said if he closed the hotel for a year, he could throw out the union, and that's what he did. And now I'm proud to say that there's a union there because we fought for it, and there has been for many years. I'm now a real estate agent, and also I was the lead plaintiff in the service charge lawsuit regarding service charge, and we got, just for my hotel, the Radisson LAX, $300,000.
Thank you. That closes our public hearing. The item is now before the council. We have Councilor McEwen in the queue.
Well, Mayor Vasquez, actually, I'm prepared to make a motion. If there are any council members who want to ask questions before that, I would defer to them. But it might be useful just to get the motion on the table at this point. I don't see anybody jumping to it. So, well, council, I guess we're going to make history tonight. A lot of people have said that. They must know what they're talking about. And some of us on the dais have been working on this for almost 20 years, and many people in the community who spoke to us tonight, many people on our staff. It was called, the law before us was called the most progressive in the country. And that was said by a high school student, and I'm really proud of that, that somebody from Samo High recognized that this will be the most progressive law in the country. I have hope that we will become the reference city for workers' rights. The law may need some minor improvements. We heard a number of issues tonight people are concerned about. And after we take a vote on the main motion, I will give direction to follow the course of action our city manager, Rick Cole, suggested on establishing a process to do that refinement in a timely fashion so it's done before the ordinance takes effect. But with great pride in the work that our city staff has done, our local businesses, our local workers and the unions who represent them, and very many members of our community who have supported this for years and who are going to get to see it finally come to fruition tonight. I move the staff recommendation for this historic minimum wage law.
It's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Davis, and we have Councilmember Sue Hemmerich on the queue.
So I have to say, I have said for a long time that I would go to $15.37 for every worker in the city right now, but being that that's not going to happen, I would like to make a couple of friendly amendments to the staff report, I hope. And the first one is that for the hotels over 100 rooms, that we go to $15.37 in July.
Is that friendly?
Well, I haven't heard a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, yes. You seconded him.
I seconded it, but
You were
No,
seconded.
Did you second the
I
proposed
seconded
friendly
your
amendment? Right.
No,
I'm
no.
asking if there's any other interest in the council in that friendly amendment.
Oh.
Yeah, I have to say, Councilmember Himmelrich, I think that it's tough to compare what we're doing with what happened in LA, because the LA hotel wage was announced farther in advance. If we were to do that for July of 2016 now, we would be giving hotels effectively 4 or 5 months, and that, I'm afraid, is such a short time frame that it might have adverse effects on the workers whose hours would be changed, who might be laid off. I'd like to have there be a more thoughtful process, and I think that the staff report has outlined one that gives a little more time for this adjustment to be made. So I wouldn't find that a friendly.
Well, may I try to convince you for a minute?
Well, you may try, but I don't think you're going to go anywhere.
Well, so a year ago, I should say over a year ago, probably 15 or 18 months ago, this was first brought forward by 3 council members, by Councilmember O'Connor, O'Day, and Davis. And so at that time, it was clear that we were moving forward on this. In February or March of 2015, we discussed it again because the city of LA had moved forward on theirs. So we've delayed in order to engage the public in a process, but I don't think that it was ever contemplated that this process would drag out as long as it has. And I think that all of the employers in the city were on notice that we were moving forward on this sooner rather than later, or later rather than sooner, I should say. And that's why I think that it's not completely unanticipated and it's not necessary to phase it in. And I have always believed that we should be lockstep with LA.
Councilmember Davis, did you want to weigh in on that, or did you have a separate issue?
Well, I'm with Councilmember McEwen in terms of the friendliness of it. I do want to make a couple of points. While it is true, we've certainly been discussing the theory of following what Los Angeles did for some time. It is relatively recent that they adopted their statute. The other thing I want to say is that, I think when people think hotels, they're thinking of some of the larger hotels we have in the city. There are a number of very small hotels that are family-run institutions in this city. And I think for them in particular, giving them some time to ramp up and decide what staffing decisions they're going to need to make in order to accommodate this, whether it means moving some people from part-time to full-time or bringing on some part-time staff, however they're going to handle it, I think we need to give them the opportunity to adjust to what I'm hoping is a brave new world. So it's not friendly to me either.
Well, my amendment was not for the smaller hotels. It was only for hotels over 100 rooms.
Right, but now we're starting to
understand.
slice the salami a lot
Okay,
thinner, and
fine.
it's starting to get more confusing.
So I have a second amendment that I hope is friendly, and that is to eliminate the surcharge provision altogether and include only service charges.
Let me ask if you can identify where that would be an alternative that has been vetted in the work that staff has done, because I want to really express the respect I have for the process that was followed here. And I'm one of those who was very disappointed back in September that we couldn't actually move the ordinance forward, but in retrospect, I realized that it has been a very constructive follow-up process, and what we have before us is something that multiple constituencies in our community have been able to participate in and buy into. So if you can identify where that has been one of the vetted alternatives, I'd be much...
It's page 11 of 26.
Okay. And that would be which, alternative 1 or alternative 2?
It's alternative 2, and it's Exhibit H. It's in Exhibit H, I should say.
Yeah, it's the Unite Here Local 11 Restaurant Opportunity Center of Los Angeles and Clean Car Wash campaign proposed language, which is on...
Where it treats all the same, whether service charges or surcharges.
I would find that friendly.
Well, it's not friendly to me.
To the second.
I apologize. But I want to back up a little bit, because I think this is exactly the kind of issue that we're trying to address after. This is one of the more hotly contested issues, service charges, surcharges, and I'm not unsympathetic to what you're saying, and not saying that ultimately that may be something we want to consider. Just for a little bit of reference, President Obama gave his last State of the Union today, and when he said, "The future we want, opportunity and security for our families, a rising standard of living, and a sustainable, peaceful planet for our kids, all that is within our reach, but it will only happen if we all work together." And I think one of the things that makes this statute or ordinance that's before us today historic is that it was a result of incredible outreach, and you not only had hotel workers and others in the community coming to support it, but you had hotels, the employers who will have to pay the higher wage, coming to support it. And so I think that this is precisely one of those issues that needs to be deferred for further discussion in the community and allow them to come up with a solution. There's no doubt in my mind that this is a hotly contested issue, but I think this is exactly the sort of thing I think we should turn over to the working group. So it's not friendly to me.
Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter, did you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that while we do have that language before us, that the staff report notes various infirmities in the proposed language, including one that's very important to me, that it does not fully address transparency to consumers. So while there might be a starting off point in that language, I think that we, as Councilmember Davis notes, we deserve the opportunity to go back into this working group and try to address some of those concerns that staff's raised about that particular proposal. And to me, transparency to consumers about something like that is of incredible importance.
Councilmember McEwen,
Yeah, as we make history tonight, I want it to be happy history and cooperative history and unanimous history. And that is, why I'm being very careful about accepting amendments to the staff recommendation. But that doesn't mean that I don't have interest in the things that have been brought up and other things being looked at by the working group that we're talking about, that I will give direction for once we've taken a vote on this motion. There were some things that came up tonight that I would very much want to have reconsidered by the working group as far as fine-tuning them. The high school students really moved me. And it's also my personal experience that when I was 18, I was the sole income for my family. So I understand the desire not to have young people paid less than anybody else, and the concern that was expressed by some of those high school students about ending up with essentially 6-month careers because at the end of that time the employer will hire somebody else. I think that needs to be looked at, and I hope it will be looked at by the working group. We heard from some of the restaurants, both in testimony tonight and in written communications we've received, that there are concerns about the sick days, and they're arguing that the answer is to diminish the number of sick days or to phase them in. And in fact, we heard someone tonight say it's not a matter of the money. What they've complained is an issue, though, is that people could abuse sick days. For instance, when somebody decides to leave a restaurant, and that happens fairly often, they could give 2 weeks notice and, of the 2 weeks, take 9 sick days. So they're there one day out of the last 2 weeks. I would hope that the working group could look at not diminishing the number of sick days. I think that the public understands we don't want sick people serving us our food in restaurants, but that we look at ways that maybe we could control that abuse. That, you know, maybe if you give your notice, you can only take so many more sick days during the 2 weeks that are left. Whatever. I'd like to investigate that. I don't know what labor law says. It may not be possible if somebody's earned a sick day to say you can't use it, but I'd like to know more. I'd also like to be able to better protect workers who report grievances. And there is language in here for protecting workers in certain circumstances. I'd like to explore with the insight that we heard, for instance, from the restaurant workers group tonight, into what really happens in restaurants. I thought that testimony that was translated for us from someone who's a cook told me a great deal about the dirty dealings that happen behind the scenes sometimes. Not in every restaurant. I'm not saying everybody's a bad player, but there are employers who will take advantage of workers, and I think we need our law to protect those workers when they report a grievance having to do with anything like that. You know, also the service charge issue obviously needs to be looked at more by this working group. So in not wholesale admitting friendly amendments into this, I'm not saying I'm disinterested in the issues you've brought up. I'm just saying this process has finally, after 17 years, got us to this point tonight. And I trust this process, and I'd like to continue with it.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, nobody else is jumping in the queue, and I'm not sure if what Councilmember McEwen did was actually his giving direction or not. But since no one's in the queue, I was going to suggest, it seems to me that perhaps we should vote. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just sort of curious where we were, because I think we should give direction after we actually vote.
Well, first we have to give the direction to set up the process, and then we can tell people what that process should be.
Yes.
So you're correct.
Yeah.
We should stick with the ordinance.
The original
Right. I just didn't want to
us.
get sidetracked and have staff wrestle with, was that direction or
Us
was
get
that a
sidetracked?
comment?
Never happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Well, I don't think tonight was necessarily a kumbaya moment. It started out, actually I have concern. I have some concerns that we're demonizing those people who don't agree with us. Started out with City Manager Cole. Frankly, I believe the city manager could have made the comments, could have made the points very strongly that there's an outside group with the specific motives that we're trying to influence Santa Monicans, but without the highly charged rhetoric. I also have some concerns that there's actually, frankly, what I'm seeing is a growing tendency among some council members to challenge speakers who don't agree with them. If you don't agree with me, I'm going to start challenging you. I don't think that's is healthy for a real civic debate. We heard from somebody who it was kind of interesting, said, oh, the alcohol industry, evil alcohol industry. Well, you know, a lot of restaurant workers serve alcohol and they get tipped on that alcohol bill. So maybe, I don't know how evil the alcohol industry is. So my point is there's differences of opinions. And we also heard tonight some folks say, who are pro-ordinance, say, don't let outsiders tell us what to do. And then other folks say, we need to do what Los Angeles did. So, you know, there's going to be a variety of comments that I want to make. So I do think that we need to really think a little bit about when somebody is taking a position that we think is wrong, and that we think we're on the right, to be a little careful, though, about how we demonize them, because I suspect that some of the folks who signed that truly did believe that that if there's a minimum wage, it should be applied to everyone. We even heard one council member say that she Ms. Himmelrich noted that you kind of had that thought. I know you're supporting the ordinance, but you know that was in your mind too. You worked with that a little bit. So from my position, I just want to be clear. I support a local minimum wage, and I support workers' rights to organize. But I also truly, truly believe that the wage, the $15.37 wage, should be the minimum wage for all workers. I believe that. I don't know, didn't open that mail. I didn't see any of the stuff from this group that everybody's talking about. But, I mean, I did see something on Facebook, references to it. But I just happen to believe that. And I think some other Santa Monicans believe that too. And I'm not alone. There are other union leaders. There are other supporters throughout Santa Monica, throughout the country, throughout the United States, who share the same position. So, again, it's not driven by any special interest. It's just that I think that a minimum wage being raised, being put in place here, really needs to apply equally to everyone. So as a result, I just can't support the ordinance tonight, although I support the concepts of minimum wage and workers' rights again to organize. But I just want to add one thing. There's 1 in 4 children in our region live in poverty. So we had heard one worker speaking about her children, and I'm just going to guess that while she's going to be happy to be paid that minimum wage, that she doesn't want her children to have to work for minimum wage, that she hopes for a better future for her children, that they won't have to have a minimum wage job. So the minimum wage is not going to solve the problems of income inequality, and the minimum wage is not going to solve our problems of poverty. Yes, it will help low-income workers, but what we need to do, we need to build a strong economy. And in order to, we have to do that so we can raise the incomes. We do that how? We do that through educating people. We do that by supporting industries and businesses that create jobs that are middle class, good paying jobs. Some people will always work in a sector where they're in lower income and the minimum wage is critical to them. But again, for a strong, vital community, we have to have those middle-class jobs. We have to support the businesses and the industries. We're not going to solve the problems of poverty and not solve inequity just by raising a minimum wage.
Councilmember Emmerich?
I have a question for Andy.
Oh, staff. Okay.
I hate to act. I hate to act as if, because I thought this was one of the best staff reports I've ever seen. I love, having options. I've always been for options, right? Great options, but one of the options was in the seasonal workers, and I wondered why you favored the 480 hours over the 160 hours. Or did you?
Well, we were specifically trying to address the idea. So what's in the state law is really about first-time workers, and the context that it arose in Santa Monica was about seasonal workers, and so we're thinking about what would be, say, somebody who works for the summer full-time, and that's why 400. It's 3 months of work, but we thought it could be somebody might be working half-time for the same number of hours, so that's why we put in the limitation on 6 months. That's what we're trying to get at, is the seasonal element of that.
I do sort of get that, but then you hear the high school students, for instance, talking about they'll never get hired again if it actually is a summer job. And you want people to go, I'm not sure how I feel about any of the reduction at all, but it just seems like setting it up so that somebody can just turn over their employees every summer is a setup.
So one of the reasons that we thought it was important to include the 85% versus the alternative you've seen, there was no floor there.
Yes.
That potentially creates a much greater incentive. When you're narrowing it down to 15%, it potentially logistically for the employer becomes a lot of work to say, I'm going to hire you this summer, but I'm not going to hire you next summer, and I'm going to save that much.
Yeah, that was a
when
good
you're an
idea.
experienced employee.
Yeah.
And we've heard that from employers as well, that it would be difficult to game the system.
6 of one,
when it's
half a
only
dozen of
that
the other.
much.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I'm prepared, I think, to vote on this.
Okay, well, Councilmember Davis warned us about getting off on tangents, and I'm kind of concerned about that too. That was one of the issues I specifically said I wanted to address once we took the vote and then gave direction to staff. So with your permission, we'll hold that idea on the youth temporary job starter thing until we get to that discussion, please. And you've said you're ready to vote. There's nobody else on the queue. Typically, it's the maker of the motion's ability to call for a vote, and I'd like to do that.
We'll have the city clerk call the roll.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Abstain.
And Mayor Vasquez.
Yes. So that was a 6 yes and 1 abstention.
One abstention.
Now we'll move towards the
Well,
I guess direction that we'll give.
I'd like
the
now
staff.
to make the direction that.
Oh, wait. There's, we have our city attorney in the queue, so before we'll turn it over to our city attorney.
Just want to recommend that you keep in mind that this can only be a direction to staff because
Yes.
it's not on the agenda tonight. And I think you can accomplish your purpose by just giving staff a direction, which would mean, among other things, don't have long discussions about what the policy should be. Just tell the manager that you want the working group set up to come back to you with recommendations and maybe give a short list of what you want considered. And give the manager the flexibility to add in other things, perhaps based on the discussion you've had tonight.
And that was precisely why, right after City Manager Cole made the suggestion, I indicated that that would have to be a direction given after the main motion. So I'll now make that direction that we authorize the city manager to form the working group that he suggested to us at the beginning of the evening, and that working group should investigate, among other things, the following list of not completely resolved issues that we've talked about tonight. One was the service charge and alternative 2. Another was the seasonal workers. Another was solving the logistics problem that comes with sick days, and particularly when people are leaving their job. Another that I mentioned was finding a way to protect workers who have grievances other than the ones already called out for in the ordinance. I don't want to discuss any of those other than to give the direction, because I totally trust that the city manager, our staff, and this working group will explore and come back to us. And of course, we'll have to make a final determination at some point late this winter, early this spring. But I know there were others that council members had. I know I kind of asked you to hold yours for a moment, Councilmember Himmelrich. So now would be the time to not argue the point, but just put it on the list, if you would.
Well, we have Councilmember Davis in the queue. Then we'll get to. Go ahead.
You got the same button I do. Yeah, I just want to add a couple more things to the list. One is I want to look at some of the definitions that are currently in the statute or may have been omitted from the statute. I think that sometimes the devil's in the details, and it's the definitions of words like supervisor and manager that can make a difference in making the statute clear or ambiguous. Councilmember Winter mentioned it, but I can claim I actually had it on my list here. I am very concerned about the level of disclosure, not only to employees, but to consumers. Various jurisdictions have done it different ways, but I think it's important that if there are going to be service charges or surcharges or any other things put on customers' bills, that they ought to be aware of them. And not have them show up after they've purchased their meal when they have no chance to avoid it. And the other issue I just wanted to address was the issue, and this is a little specific, so I'm not going to give direction, but it is specific. I apologize in advance. 462.0402A of the draft ordinance suggests that service charges in banquets and catering can only go to the people that actually serve the food, and I'm not sure if that's really what we want. We may want to look at that language and make it consistent with other parts of the statute that suggests that service charges when food is being served can go to people who not only directly serve the food but are in the chain of service for the food, which would include back of the house workers. Because as currently drafted, it's my understanding that if there were a banquet in a hotel, that the people who actually cook the food are what they call I can't remember the name now, but there are people who actually expedite the food into the hands of the people to get it served in a quick manner, would not be included as people who could share in those service charges.
Councilmember O'Day.
Well, I'm pleased with what we've done. I didn't get to speak up yet. It was a great staff report and terrific outreach by our staff and our community coming together to have this dialogue. And we have done something quite historic here that I think we can be proud of, that will be good for the economy, good for workers, good for our community. I want to note that we heard from many of our local small businesses and restaurants this question about the number of sick days and the when it comes into effect. And I just sort of starred at least 5 or 6 folks that mentioned that in their testimony. I think we ought to just add that particular potential solution as part of the discussion regarding implementing the PTO days in the technical committee.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
So I think the areas that I was concerned with are pretty much covered, other than the outreach aspect of introducing the ordinance, and I think we ought to get suggestions from this working group about the best ways to do this outreach, both to workers and employers. And I think we'll get a lot of different perspectives with respect to how to do it and who can best do it.
Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter?
So, yeah, I certainly am interested in addressing all the issues I've heard about already. There must be some way to address the concerns of the high school students. We heard about the seasonal work, and at the same time try to provide some affordability in some of those beach establishments, which we'd like to keep affordable to all members of the public. I think I'd like to see a definition of a supervisor included in the ordinance. I think that would be very helpful for some of the issues we're facing with the service charges. I do think we need to take a hard look at the surcharge issue. I heard some labor attorneys suggest that there's a concern about the accrual of penalties for violations on a daily basis rather than by the payroll. And but I also heard someone mention that San Francisco waives penalties if wage theft is corrected. So maybe there's some way to keep the sort of the stick and the carrot at the same time in the ordinance, so that, you know, someone who inadvertently made a mistake is not penalized, or a really small business is put out of business because of the accrual of these penalties, but at the same time making sure that people are following the law. There was a list of concerns raised by the Restaurant Opportunity Center, which I thought were worth addressing, and that's pretty much it. Although one thing I'd also like to encourage is that I've had a conversation with our finance director about this. When we've passed this ordinance on second reading, we will have 4 different minimum wages in the city. We'll have the living wage that the city pays contractors for amounts over a certain dollar value. We'll have our base minimum wage. We'll have the hotel minimum wage, and actually we have a minimum wage starting at $15.37 an hour at the OTO hotels that goes into effect this year. So we'll have 4 different wages that get inflated by the CPI, and she has some ideas about how a few years down the road we might be able to start being able to put those wages more in concurrence with them. So I think that's something maybe when we come back on these issues, we might just at least get a heads up from her. I know she actually has a PowerPoint slide already made. And just so we start thinking about that down the road, because that might address some of Councilmember Hemmerich's concerns about our hotel wage not being in sync with LA's. There may be ways to skin the cat. So I think that would be useful.
Councilmember McEwen?
Well, harmonizing the CPI increases was on my list of things I still hadn't gotten to, so thank you. I agree with that. When we look at the service charges and the surcharges, I hope that we will look at both the practices in restaurants and the practices in hotels, because I believe they're somewhat different. And I think we're going to have some expertise offered from both fields that might illuminate what really goes on. And I don't think we should get locked into having one rule that applies to both if it turns out that the circumstances are very different. I would hope that our goal would be to be fair and to make sure that the wages are not diverted to the people who should be earning them. But the circumstances may be slightly different. I want to be open to that. We heard from the Restaurant Opportunity Center translator who had a kitchen worker here, and that worker reiterated how important it was in his own circumstances that he kept good records. And we can only enforce this ordinance if good records are kept by the employer. So I would hope we would look at the section that requires record keeping and think about whether the penalties are sufficient to actually make people keep the records we're going to need to be able to protect the workers. Lastly, right now, if an employer, or I think it's particularly a hotel, says they can't afford to do the wage increase, they can get a temporary exemption. But right now, I think that process is pretty much a behind closed door process. I'd like to have this group look at ways that might include some kind of public hearing or input, although I recognize the financial books of the hotel are proprietary information. Those can't be part of a public process, but there might be some way to get testimony from the workers, among other people, who would know something about how the hotel operates. Right now, I don't think that this that has that provision in it, and I hope that we'd consider adding that. And again, all of these are simply things I'm hoping the working group will consider. This is not direction from the council to do these things. It's to put these on the list of what's going to be investigated, and we'll be hearing back what is sounding it like it may be a fairly lengthy staff report, even though these are relatively secondary issues and we've already passed the primary ordinance. I think it's really important that we make this historic law the best we possibly can. And as the city manager began the evening by reminding us, we in Santa Monica do the right thing right.
That's it on the queue, and actually, and I was, I'm sorry. Oh, before this, actually, I had a question for the city manager, and it was more of a process question. And that is, you mentioned in your opening remarks that this committee or this working group would consist of possibly two, for example, two labor attorneys, and then two attorneys also from the hotel and restaurant workers as a possibility. I guess my issue is are we prepared to do that today, or is that something you're going to come back to us with? Well, no, just a question. I wasn't looking to vote on it.
So a couple things, and then I'd like to also have an opportunity to address the direction as laid out. I suggested 5 to 7 members, of which 2 would be experienced in labor law, one presumably primarily representing workers, one presumably primarily representing business. Not for the goal of writing language, but for simply offering legal expertise. I think it's very important to remember that it's the city attorney that writes our ordinances here, not committees of citizens. And that's critically important because it's the city attorney who will have to defend any such ordinances in court. I said in my opening remarks that the council could appoint this committee, or the council could ask me to appoint the committee. I heard, at least initially, Councilmember McEwen suggest that we convene this, and I'd be happy to do that in consultation with the stakeholders to get their thoughts about who they feel would bring fair-minded expertise to these challenges. I have to say, I did not expect this lengthy a list, and I have to say that I think this lengthy a list really forces a choice here. One would be that we take quite a while to come back with a thorough report that's been fully vetted, which will take up a fair amount of staff time of some pretty important staff people, your chief financial officer and the lead on your affordability strategic goal. The other option is if the committee could simply, as Councilmember said, not necessarily bring back all of these things, but see if there is some consensus and some fairly common sense tweaks to the ordinance that can gain more than just one stakeholder buy-in versus others. And it may be that some of these issues which are contemplated in the staff report you've just adopted along with the ordinance, we're going to have some experience with this. And some of the terrible things that people worry about won't happen. And some of the terrible things that nobody's anticipated will happen. And so we have built into our plan that we'll come back. We'll come back either when we uncover some issues that out there that require addressing through the enforcement mechanism, and we will come back after a year. So the question really, I think, for the council, if you want us to get something done quickly over the next couple of months, I hope you would anticipate that we would try to cull down these issues and not try to dive deeply and comprehensively and have extensive debate on each and every one of them. Maybe go through those issues, find where there's some consensus, find where there's some common sense fixes, and then defer some of these issues till we've actually had some experience with the application of the ordinance, along with Los Angeles, who has some similar provisions as well in the county. Or it's going to come back probably after July 1st, right? I mean, if we're going to do all of these things, or at least the new ordinance amendment would probably take effect after July 1st, in that you'd have to have a first reading, a second reading, publication, 30 days for it to come into effect. Obviously, if between the two, I would prefer that we see if we can't go through these, put all these issues in front of the committee, see if they can't drive to some good consensus on key ones and defer them. I think we could get that back in a reasonable period of time, and that would minimize the staff drain on some pretty key staff.
Well, I apologize for the length of the list, but in a way that just reflects how deeply engaged this council and this community has been, and the level of detail to which we have given attention in trying to craft a law that will work for everybody. I would suggest, as the one who originally offered the direction, that we entrust you to convene the working group, because otherwise it's going to have to come back here. You have to make applications and we have to take votes, and we'll just delay the work that needs to be done. And frankly, the work you've already done in convening stakeholders on this has just been incredible, and I certainly am willing to trust this follow-up to you and to the staff. I would say that the working group itself could probably be the ones best positioned to help prioritize that long list that we have offered, and that the things that are going to have the greatest impact on workers and businesses should be dealt with first and brought back to us if necessary. And other things that are of relatively less importance can be dealt with as we have a chance to get to them. But the important thing here is the huge step forward that we have made, and that we are willing to once again open up the process, because what we've done so far has worked so well, to make sure that we make a really good ordinance even better.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, I just want to briefly go back to what Mr. Agel said at the beginning of his presentation, which were two things that really struck with me. And one was that the discourse, even among very disparate stakeholders, was very civil. So I'm confident that this group, because I think it's going to be roughly the same people, I mean, is going to be able to work together. And as Councilmember McEwen said, prioritize. I think some of these things there's very easy middle ground to find, and others may not be so easy. So it's a long list, but not necessarily a list that's going to take, not every item on that list is going to take a really long time. The second thing I wanted to point out about something Mr. Agel said was that we did have a wide range of people participating. And so unlike perhaps other working groups, we know who to go to. We know that there's now an organized group of local restaurants. We know that there are hotel owners that are engaged. And I know that, and I certainly entrust the city manager and his office to select the group. And I think the most important thing from my perspective is that it is diverse and disparate opinions. We don't want everyone in the room to all be agreeing. So having people representing hotels who might be opposed to the ordinance philosophically, as well as people who are, representing hotels who support it, that sort of thing. So, I don't think you have to be slavish to a size. The one comment that I wanted to make is that I do think that it shouldn't take a lot of time, because almost everything, maybe there were a couple of new things, but almost everything that we gave on direction was raised with us by some group, either the union or stakeholder restaurants or stakeholder hotels. So I think there's already been a lot of thought about these issues. It's really just we need to sort of drill down and find that middle ground where we maybe just haven't gotten there yet. So I'm optimistic we can get it done quickly.
We have our city attorney in the queue.
Challenge tonight. I just might be helpful in terms of expedition to find out if you're really committed to having two lawyers on this body. Lawyers are not known for speeding things up. And isn't what you're, or finding middle ground even more so. So isn't what you're really trying to do to get policy suggestions back to yourself?
Do you mind if I use that as the quote of the week?
Not at all. I'll stand by it.
I am not committed to do that necessarily as members of the working group, but I do think that that kind of familiarity with labor law, which will come from your office and from the community, is helpful because lots of people make legal claims, and experienced attorneys can assess the validity of some of those legal claims.
Oh, no, absolutely. And let me just assure anybody that when this comes back to council with the group's recommendations, if any lawyer in the community or even far outside the community wants to send in their views on anything, we always consider them. So it's not like lawyers would be precluded from speaking up and sharing their thoughts about legalities. I just want you to have flexibility, that's all, in who you appoint.
Having been chastised by my friend Councilmember O'Connor for being sharp in my language about the tactics of one group. I think there are lawyers and there are lawyers. And there are some who in fact take a scorched earth approach, or who take a dilatory approach or an argumentative approach. And then there are attorneys who, like you, drive toward finding common ground and solutions. And so if there are those kind of attorneys, I think we should give them consideration for inclusion on the committee. And I'm guessing that there probably are in Santa Monica.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, based on what our Manager Cole has described for us, I'd like to just be sure that if the list is long and the policy recommendations are becoming difficult to develop for the council, that those items that might turn into deferrals are offered to us as the decision to defer as well, because we may well be able to make decisions with the information that we have now. And I think that the discussion tonight didn't really have much debate, and there were opportunities, I think, that we might have found some clarifications tonight in some of these cases, and even that would not have written law on the dais, but might have, just chosen between options. So I think, let's see those so we can keep it moving forward.
That's a good point. Any others? I think we pretty much have given you the direction, and I'm assuming now, the city manager, you're ready to go?
I think the direction is very clear and very constructive, and we will work just as hard as we have through this process to date. And we're proud to serve not only you, but this community. This is, again, not only historic in its impact economically, I think it sets a remarkable tone for how we're going to work on affordable housing, how we're going to work on mobility, how we're going to work on a regional approach to homelessness, and how we're going to work on the airport issue, and finally how we're going to work on a commitment to learning and thriving in the city. Those are your strategic goals, and we're committed to work on all of them with a robust civic engagement that emphasizes openness and transparency, and I hope welcomes everyone to that process.
No, thank you. And I wanted to thank the council members here for, I know this was tough because many of us had these conversations about, obviously going a lot above and beyond what LA did. But since this is more of a regional approach, and we wanted to be fair partners with those that we've worked with for quite a bit of time here, many years actually, not to get out ahead of it. And so I know it was tough for some to look the other way on especially the wage issue for some. I appreciate it. Can we go ahead? Yes, staff. They did a great job. We can.
Let me ask them to stand up, if you don't mind. I know
Please,
that's probably
we should
not,
recognize them.
But if you would, stand up.
Come on, Andy. Andy, you want to come up and we should acknowledge him in the mic as well. I know they all stood up, but.
So Gigi Decaval's Hughes, the Director of Finance, Stephanie Lazicki, who is the principal administrative analyst, and she was really the workhorse. She did all the research. She set up so much of what was going on, so she really deserves the bulk of the thanks here. Jason Harris, Economic Development Manager, and Jennifer Taylor, who's the Economic Development Administrator. And of course, we can't forget Mashia, who was here until about 2 minutes ago.
She's sick, so she had to leave.
Oh, but she really helped. As you can imagine, an ordinance like this, there's a lot of legal challenges, and as you've heard, everybody has a different opinion on how things worked, and she really guided us through that. So thanks to Mashia in absentia.
I hope we didn't make her sick by all this overwork, but okay. Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to item 8A, if we can get the city clerk to call the item.
Okay. Item 8A is potential new local funding sources for affordable housing. And you have 6 requests to speak. Is it 6?
As we allow people to exit quietly, we'll go ahead and start with the staff report.
Good evening. Once again, I'm Andy Agel, the Director of Housing and Economic Development, and I'm pleased that we get to continue our theme of maintaining an inclusive and diverse community tonight as we talk about, in particular, this. We continue these discussions about the regarding affordable housing, and particularly tonight, the focus is how do we continue Santa Monica's tradition of financing the production and preservation of affordable housing. And this was particularly important given the loss of nearly $15 million per year that we previously had available to us to make these investments because we had a redevelopment agency until 2012. So I want to briefly touch on 3 topics. The first is recapping the study session you held in August of 2015. The second is to give you a brief overview of the report from the Housing Commission. And then finally is to talk about starting to narrow down a short list of funding opportunities. So let me start with what you did in August of 2015. At that point, you talked about a variety of opportunities and challenges related to affordable housing. And so for the sake of tonight's focus on financing, I'd like to focus on what you did at that point, and particularly you looked at a variety of potential funding sources for affordable housing, and page 3 of your staff report includes a matrix that goes through those, talks about how much might be raised by different considerations, and some of the voter approval considerations. In your meeting, you took 2 of the considerations off the table, the general obligation bond and the parcel tax, with the thinking that, 1, those have typically gone towards other things. General obligation bonds typically fund capital improvements, and parcel taxes are typically supporting public school needs. And that also those have much higher voter approval thresholds, so in that regard it may make sense to narrow down what's being considered. Otherwise, Council told us to continue the community dialogue about the other opportunities. So in your report, you also have a really great report that's been prepared by the Housing Commission. The Housing Commission during 2015 focused on this issue of engaging the community regarding ways to continue our support of affordable housing. The Commission held a series of public meetings, including a weekend workshop where they invited members of the public to provide input on the issue. The Commission also hosted speaker expertise in various elements of affordable housing, and that resulted in the report that's attached to the staff report. And it really is a great report. I encourage everyone in the community to take a look at it. It covers a variety of topics, not only the financing issues, but also programmatic recommendations that could strengthen our affordable housing program. So I encourage everyone to look at that. For the sake of tonight, I do want to focus specifically on their recommendations related to funding. And the Commission recommended that we look at 4 primary sources of funding: general fund, increased documentary transfer tax increase, as well as a construction tax, which would be a new revenue source. And let me just briefly talk about those. So the general fund, the idea there was that if this is one of our top strategic goals, that there should be an opportunity to figure out how we could repurpose some of the general funds in order to support affordable housing. And the commission targeted a sum of $7.5 million, which is essentially half of what we had available to us in the redevelopment days. And it also says to voters that we sort of looked in our own house before we went to voters to look for additional funding. The second source is, and these last three are really on the new revenue side, looks at the sales tax and the opportunity that a 1/4 cent increase could raise about $7.5 million. And so, for example, if you paired the general fund piece and this together, that's getting you to about $15 million. As the commission was discussing this, I think for many, the first reaction, and I think many of us have this, is say, well, a sales tax is a regressive tax. How could we be considering that? And as they continued their discussions, they focused on the fact that in California, sales taxes are a little bit different because food and medicine, importantly, are exempted. And so the impacts on the poor are not the same as they are in other places where those taxes are imposed. And that also in places like Santa Monica, a lot of those sales taxes are paid by visitors and employees and others who come into Santa Monica and may not be our residential population, but are paying a lot of those taxes. The Commission also recognized that over the last several years that sales tax increases have generally done well before local voters. The Commission also discussed the documentary transfer tax, looking at a similar increase to what was considered in 2014, a $6 increase, but also asked that we spend more time looking at whether we could exempt the first $1 million of sales value. It's something we got stuck on in 2014, but they asked we take another look at that because it does make it more of an incremental rather than the dramatic increase that was considered 2 years ago. And then the Commission also recommended that you look at a new revenue source, which is a construction tax. It's we have a construction tax today. It's very small. It's only applied to condominiums that are developed, but it's not a new idea. And there are other cities. Pasadena, for example, has a construction tax. So the idea is that this would be a tax that would be applied based on the building valuation of any construction that's going through the city. And it was also recommended, so estimated that would raise about $7.5 million. That's based on the building permit valuations in fiscal year 14-15. And I'll mention this later. It's a volatile number, so it would range pretty significantly. The Commission also recommended that if we're going forward on this, that we consider exempting single-family homes, so that if you're doing a bathroom remodel, something along those lines, you're not facing this this tax. So I also want to talk about, from a staff perspective, working on a short list, and we're in agreement with the Commission that these are very appropriate and smart places to focus our attention, the both looking on the inside and then looking at potentials on the outside. So because it's going to be important as we continue our dialogue that we're doing some of this narrowing as well, if we're going to be going out into the field with a poll, to the extent we have fewer options, the more reliable the information we're going to get. So on the general fund side, I think it's important that you think about this in terms of the short term and the long term. And I think in the short term, if you want to take up the Housing Commission's challenge, we think it could be relatively painless for you. And that's primarily because, and this really just happened in the last few weeks, we have got approval from the State Department of Finance to seek repayment on an older city agency loan. And for this, we actually need to give thanks to our assembly member who fought very, very hard up until the last minute to make sure that the latest revisions to the redevelopment law would allow for repayment of loans that are based on property. So in this case, the city took a note for giving property to the agency, and our assembly member fought very hard to make sure that property was included. And soon after that legislation passed and we submitted to the Department of Finance, they approved a loan which has a outstanding balance of $36 million. And we anticipate that that'll be paid. There's a formula as to how it gets repaid, but we anticipate that it'll be repaid over the next 4 to 5 years. And so that, in combination with the $1.2 million that by policy you've already identified for affordable housing, should get us there for the next 4 or 5 years. We're seeking repayment on a couple of other loans which are smaller and maybe a little bit more tenuous in terms of approval, but that could get us potentially another year or two. So we feel like, if you agree, so let me step back. Our recommendation to staff is that all of those loan repayments be dedicated to affordable housing. If you agree with that, then potentially you could meet the Housing Commission's challenge over the next several years. So in the longer term, it's going to be more challenging. This is going to be a short-term source of funds, so it's going to require, at best, that if revenues continue to grow, that you're not creating new programs or addressing emerging needs, but we're all operating the discipline to say, if revenue's up, let's not create a new program. Let's remember that a few years down the line, we've committed to having some general funds available for affordable housing. So even if we're good now, having that discipline we think will be valuable. And at worst, if there's not new revenues, it may require us down the line to prioritize and potentially have to cut some existing programs if you want to make that funding available. On the sales tax, a few considerations there. One is the potential for a partnership with the schools, and this is something that was discussed by the Housing Commission, has been discussed in the community generally. And the idea there is to consider a half-cent sales tax, with the idea that a companion measure could allow half of it to go towards affordable housing and the other half to go towards public school needs. And in particular, one of the areas of focus has been school maintenance. So I think part of the idea there is that the schools are doing fairly well for the near term in terms of having bond money available to make capital improvements. And they're doing fairly well in terms of funding their basic educational needs. But I think it's hard, and if I were on the school board, it'd be tough for me to take money out of the classroom to support maintenance. So potentially funds that are specifically earmarked to not only maintain the new improvements, but also the older improvements that will not necessarily be addressed in the bond measures. Another consideration is that the county will likely have a sales tax measure on the November 2016 ballot that would specifically fund transit and transportation. And so one of the considerations that we're all going to have to grapple with is, will there be a feeling that half cent or quarter cent might be okay, but going for 3/4 cent or a full cent may be too much? And that's something that we'd like to explore, have community dialogue, and also do some polling on that. And then the other thing that we need to keep in mind is that while sales tax increases have been largely successful, the voters did approve a sales tax increase 6 years ago, and we've got to be wary of voter fatigue with respect to the sales tax. On the documentary transfer tax, it would be similar to the 2014 ballot initiative, and we obviously are all aware that that was not successful, and I think makes some of us a little gun shy in that regard. The other thing to remember about the documentary transfer tax, it's very volatile, and it depends on really the level of activity of sales, and that in any year it could vary dramatically, though over time, and when we looked at this 2 years ago, we think that it works for affordable housing because it's not like a regular operating program where you've got 10 staff members, and if suddenly your budget gets cut in half, you don't have the ability to fund them. So we could deal with the peaks and valleys in affordable housing, but it wouldn't be that steady number that something like the sales tax might provide. And then on the construction tax, we we have some legal questions which we've asked the city attorney's office to review. One is the question of whether or not the tax could apply to multifamily development. As you know, the state has a strong interest in continuing to support residential development. And if this was something that could conceivably take us to the point that residential development was no longer feasible, potentially there are legal questions that the city attorney's office is also looking into the issue of whether there might be some double taxation, because most construction projects also buy materials and pay sales taxes on those. So want to make sure that there's not an issue there. The other thing to consider with respect to the construction taxes, it's also a very volatile tax. So we looked at the last 5 years in terms of the building permit valuations, commercial building permit valuations, and if we had a 5% tax in place, that number, the revenue would range from $3.6 million to $12 million in any year. So you got a sense of how volatile it is. On the other hand, of the things you do, affordable housing is probably a pretty good one to have that relate to a volatile revenue stream. So in terms of next steps, with your concurrence, we would like to, in the next 2 or 3 months, conduct a telephone poll of Santa Monica voters to gauge how do these different ideas fare with those who will actually consider these at the ballot poll. One of the considerations with respect to doing polling is, to the extent we have more options, the less reliable the results of the poll will be. So the city's pollster has said he can test these 3, I call them 3, in his mind he considers them 4 because the sales tax has, maybe it's a quarter, maybe it's a half. So he says he can do a split sample poll to test those. They also said if we were to narrow it from 4 to 3, it would mean the results that he can present to you will be more reliable. And so it's a push and pull there. If that's something you want to entertain in terms of maybe taking one of those off, that could be helpful in the long run. And I think from our staff end, if you were to drop one, would probably drop the documentary transfer tax, and that may just be because of the scars you see on my body. But in any event, that's our sense if you're amenable to a shorter list. We will then evaluate those poll results so that we can return to you with recommendations regarding what could make sense for the November 2016 ballot. And that concludes the staff report. We're available for any questions.
You have 2 questions here. Oh, actually 3 now. Councilmember Hemmerich first.
So, did you how much more accurate the poll would be if we went from 3 choices to 2 choices?
He didn't give sort of it'll be 25% more.
Well, okay,
accurate.
but between...
I think he just said, there'll be considerable value. However, he also did approach it in terms of asking about all 4 of those.
But so if 3 is better than 4, is 2 better than 3? I guess that's
Yes.
my question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and if you, I think it might be hard to get to 2, but the advantage of 2 is that with a split sample, he's going to say for half of the group, here's what we're proposing, and everything is in comparison to that.
Thank you.
Councilor Mayor Pro Temp Winter.
So following up on that question, so you had suggested we might poll on a half-cent sales tax increase to cover possible funding for the school district. If we thought it might be worth polling in addition to the 0.25% for going to 0.5%, 0.25% for affordable housing, but that other 0.25% for another use, such as funding the restoration of the civic center or open space improvements, would that mean we need to drop off something else besides the documentary transfer tax?
Probably not, though. Probably the way you'd ask that is not as the primary question, but typically there'll be other related questions, and that may be an opportunity to get a sense of.
So you say, would you be more likely to support it if some of the money was going to parks and the civic center?
Yeah, and I think we could do that. Again, it wouldn't be at the top level where you've got full confidence or lack thereof, but it would give us a good sense of how did that do relative to other options.
All right, thank you.
Our city attorney, I think, wants to weigh in. soon as she flips
batting
her mic.
1,000 on the buttons tonight, aren't I? I think it might be important later to be clear about what you're talking about. Are you talking about an advisory measure?
That's correct.
Right.
That's
so,
correct.
Andy is not proposing that we would do a sales tax with the increase with the intention that the proceeds would be split with the school, because that would make it a special tax. So what he is talking about is an advisory measure that would be a voter indication of how they would like general fund money to be spent.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember O'Connor.
And what's the name of that assembly member?
That would be Assemblymember Richard Bloom.
Councilmember McEwen.
Well, I understand that the accuracy that'll be returned to us from this polling depends on the number of questions. You've pointed that out. But I know enough about polling to know it also depends on the sample size, and that probably if we increased the sample size, we could get the same accuracy on 3 or 4 questions we would with the original sample size of 2 questions. So it wouldn't be a whole new polling survey. They just have to make more calls on a survey that they'd already paid to have drawn up. What would it cost us to increase the sample size enough to be able to assess more options? Because the money here is really important to our community in the long run. It might be worth the investment.
So I haven't asked that question, but I'll try to do some arithmetic on the slide. So the proposal was for 600 telephone interviews with the split sample, so conceivably 300 are getting one set and 300 are getting the other set. So if you were to say, let's go for 900, you're probably looking at am I doing the math right here, a 33% increase? Did I do that right? No, that'd be a 50% increase. Yeah, 50% increase in price.
But it shouldn't be a 50% increase in price, because they've already had to put together the universe of people they're going to call. They've already had to write out the interviews. It's just making 50% more phone calls, which is not the entirety of the cost.
That's correct.
Doing the poll. So I'd be curious what the real number would be.
You're correct. Some of those would be sunk cost, if you will. The other consideration is your polling period is probably going to be extended. Reaching 900 voters is a large sample.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And we'll start with Denise Martin, Michael Soloff, and Richard Hilton.
Good evening. Let's look at the potential sources of affordable housing funding in the staff report. The general fund, which would result in reductions in other programs to support affordable housing. Does that mean a cut in the Section 8 co-payment money from the general fund for the current residents living in affordable housing in the city? The transit occupancy tax. What are you afraid that further raising this tax will disincentivize tourists to stay in Santa Monica? Which is why it's so easy for you to put the financial burden on the residents. The documentary transfer tax, another raising of costs for property owners. The utility users tax. According to Proposition 218, aren't all monies received supposed to go to the providing of the utility, which doesn't include creating more affordable housing? A general obligation bond, which would result in a property tax surcharge, putting the cost again on the property owners, which I'm sure would be passed on to the renters too, again increasing the cost to live in Santa Monica. A parcel tax, which is a straight-up property tax surcharge, which would result again in putting the cost on property owners with the same result for renters. Of course, raising the sales tax when the city already has the highest sales tax in the area, so why not raise it another 1/4 to 1/2%? Are you really trying to increase the cost of everything for low-income people who you say you want to help, or are you trying to further price them out of the area? And finally, increasing the parking tax, would that be for all parking within the city metered structures and private property as well? Or would it only apply to the residents who have to purchase permits for the structures or streets? Because that again would be putting the sole cost on the residents. Or would that mean significant raises in the cost of meters and structure parking? The real question is why the city doesn't enforce the state's 30% affordable housing for new buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, and I see you have Ed Hunsaker here. All right, so we get 4 minutes here.
Thank you.
I'm a member of the Housing Commission. I'm speaking for myself in favor of our unanimous affordable housing funding recommendations. $15 million a year, half from existing city revenues and half through a quarter-cent sales tax. Part of what makes Santa Monica special is its economically diverse population. But Santa Monica is rapidly losing that diversity, much of which was based on affordable rent-controlled units. State law now permits landlords to set the initial rent for new tenants at market rates, and that is higher than anyone in the bottom half of the economic distribution can afford to pay. As a result, 29% of the city's housing stock that 15 years ago was affordable to people in the bottom half no longer is. And at current attrition rates, all of our rent-controlled stock that's still affordable to people in the bottom half of the economic distribution will no longer be so within 20 years. At that point, the only place in Santa Monica where people in the bottom half can afford to live will be in deed-restricted affordable units. This city is at a crossroads. If we want to continue to live in an economically diverse city, we urgently need to pursue two priorities. Our first priority should be to do everything we can to keep our existing lower-income neighbors in their rent-controlled units. This will be a major challenge because HUD estimates that there are more than 6,000 existing Santa Monica renter households that are in the bottom quarter of the economic distribution and now pay more than half of their income for housing. The Housing Commission recommends that the city start a program to provide rent subsidy to keep those most vulnerable of our neighbors in their rent-controlled homes, at first on a pilot basis, and later at scale if we confirm that the need is as great as we believe and confirm that the program is cost-effective. Our second priority should be to preserve and expand the stock of deed-restricted affordable housing units so that there is a permanent place in our city for at least some of those in the bottom half of the economic distribution, such as minimum wage earners, even after $15.37 an hour, and seniors on Social Security. If we don't do this, in 20 years, we'll only have our current 4,500 affordable housing units available for those in the bottom half. That'll be less than 10% of our housing stock. In light of these facts, the Housing Commission unanimously recommended that the city devote at least $15 million a year to these rent subsidy and affordable housing programs by repurposing $7.5 million, about 2% of existing general fund revenues, and by asking voters to approve a 1/4 cent sales tax increase that would generate another $7.5 million in new general fund revenues, and ask them whether they would like that to be spent on affordable housing. The majority of the $7.5 million raised each year by such a tax would actually come from businesses and visitors. Residents on average would pay less than a dime a day. I believe that the city must make the commitment to provide at least $7.5 million annually from its existing prodigious and extremely diverse revenue streams if it's serious about preserving economic diversity. I also believe that asking our residents to pay a dime a day to protect our at-risk neighbors and the fundamental character of our city is both fair and reasonable. I hope that you will poll the sales tax in various configurations and that the results will prove that the voters do indeed feel that a dime a day is fair and reasonable to protect their at-risk neighbors and the economic diversity that makes Santa Monica a special place to live. I personally don't favor the construction tax, as I view that as we're already imposing inclusionary zoning requirements and the like, and I think that the sales tax is a better way to go.
Thank you. Richard Hill, and I see Zena Joseph is here, so you'll have 4 minutes. And if we have behind, we have Reverend Jim Kahn and Art Casillas ready to go. Thank you.
Our Housing Commission has proposed numerous funding mechanisms. Consideration of at least 2 funding sources is in addition to our request for the repurposing of $7.5 million from the general fund. The total new funding for affordable housing would be approximately $15 million annually. Regarding polling, the sample size, as staff has indicated, is important, and my suggestion is that the council consider at least 3 revenue sources. Sales tax increase. Our Housing Commission voted unanimously to prioritize this. Residents, visitors, and tourists contribute equally. The individual burden is very modest, 25 cents per $100 spent. If the sales tax increase is in collaboration with the schools at 50 cents per $100 spent, there may be enhanced voter appeal. Documentary or real estate transfer tax is political. I think it still has potential. Like Measure H on the November 2014 ballot, this tax impacts commercial, multi, and single-family property sales of $1 million or more. Santa Monica's current transfer tax, as well as the proposed increase, is less than what other cities impose. The benefit of the documentary tax, without any amendments, and I'm suggesting there wouldn't be amendments, is the potential $9 million revenue. Despite an election loss in 2014, a far greater voter turnout is expected this next election year. Transit occupancy tax, TOT, I had recommended this with handouts at 3 of our meetings. It was omitted from the commission report. Our lodging has an 84% plus occupancy rate, the highest in the region. Our transit or hotel bed tax is 14%, raises some $48 million, and I think the staff report underestimated the yield. The city of Anaheim has a 17% tax. An increase in the TOT from the current 14% to 16% could possibly raise $5 million to $7.5 million. While the lodging industry may oppose any tax increase, strong union support may help achieve success at the ballot box. In addition to local revenue sources, Santa Monica should leverage federal, state, and county resources and maximize the use of its city land. For example, a portion of the Big Blue Bus property downtown could be used for permanent supportive housing. In Sacramento, state legislators have proposed that some $2 billion in Proposition 63 Mental Health Services Act funding be made available for community-based affordable housing. Santa Monica was one of approximately 4 cities statewide to officially endorse Proposition 63. I was instrumental in getting the council support. And Santa Monica has the social services and supportive housing experience to successfully leverage these state funds. This is where I differ somewhat from the commission colleagues, my commission colleagues. In order to achieve financial and public support for affordable housing, it's important to prioritize those who have the greatest housing burden. Devoting our energies also to the higher income households ultimately may increase the housing crisis, decrease our economic diversity, and maybe retreating actually from the Affordable Housing Production Program amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our former mayor, Jim Kahn.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, I just want you to know I had a fabulous weekend. I also read the commission's report, and I read the staff report.
You're on a roll.
I'm really, nothing else is going on in my life. I've long felt that the only difference between Santa Monica and, say, Redondo Beach is that we have socioeconomic diversity. And to maintain that socioeconomic diversity is to maintain the heart and soul of the city and what makes it unique and rare and special and why it's of value. I could tell you other stories about trying to meet that goal, but housing is certainly one of the major ways in which we have before us. And so I really want to commend the Commission taking the initiative here and driving this and putting this before you in the kind of fashion that it has, as well as the staff report, which has given us the dollars and the numbers to actually see how it is that we could continue to move this forward. And please, I encourage you to do this. I think the soul of the city is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you. Art, as you come up, let me go ahead and come up and we'll get, we have our former mayor, Denny Zane, Sarah Letts, and people of California. Go ahead, Art.
Good evening, Art Casillas. The city of Santa Monica has a history of segregation. The lots south of Pico Boulevard and north of Wilshire have restrictive covenants. They prohibit racial minorities, Mexican, blacks, and Asians from living there. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a case called Shelley versus Kramer in 1948, ruled that the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution prohibited a state from enforcing restrictive covenants that prohibit a person from owning or occupying property based on race or color or having disparate impact on minorities, black, Hispanic, or Asian housing opportunities. This proposed rule represents every American able to choose to live in a community they feel proud of, where they have a shot at reaching their full potential, said HUD Secretary Sean Donovan. To blacks and Hispanics, Asians, location could play a role in helping people move into middle class. This mapping tool may guide development and zoning decisions. Under the Fair Housing Act, HUD requires grantees funds to affirmatively further fair housing. Diversity means nothing when you don't practice it. You're allowing and enabling drug sales in the Pico neighborhood. It's called discriminatory social engineering, limiting us where we are allowed to live by your actions. On September 26, 2015, I attended a housing meeting at Main Library. When Council Member Sue Himmelrich saw me, she looked like she had swallowed a football. Mr. Sokoloff asked me which funding we wanted. I answered, all funding should not be used to discriminate, to include HUD Fair Housing Act. Thank you. Any questions?
Oh, there is one question from Councilmember Hemorrhage.
So, Mr. Casillas, I'm shocked you thought I looked like I swallowed a football. I'm
you-
always happy to see you.
But you look perplexed at that moment.
And Mr. Sokoloff
Yeah?
is my husband.
Well, I don't know who it is. What I do know is I was asked a question and I answered it. I think you heard me?
I did, and we agree with you, I think.
Oh, good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Have
Thank
a good
you.
evening.
Former Mayor, you're up. Danny Zane. Then Sarah Lutz.
You know, I love it when I get to follow Jim Kahn. Jim, where are you? Because he always lays out so finely the philosophical foundations, and so I can talk about specifics. I agree with Jim on just about everything that he said. I would like to encourage in your polling and your pursuit of this that you focus on the sales tax options. And I think that for a couple of reasons. One, this is a broad-based social policy objective of the city, and I think for those kinds of objectives, having broad-based tax payee base is an important philosophical objective. In addition, sales tax are easily the tax which voters are most receptive to and willing to support. Construction fees and the transfer tax and even TOT have much narrower bases. They have the prospect of funded opposition, and they don't have, I don't think, the nexus to the broad-based objectives of the community. So I would urge you to zero in on the broad-based taxes. I do agree that considering a half cent where there might be a shared community objectives with the schools, perhaps the schools and the Civic Center side, because the high school and the Civic Center have long had envisioned the prospect of a collaborative program there. I think that's a smart way to go. I really do want to urge you to prioritize development of new units, but in that, prioritize access to existing Santa Monica residents who might lose their homes or be rent burdened or might be otherwise at risk, and thereafter workforce or people perhaps who are homeless in the community, to target the units in a way that really meets the broadest social objectives of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez and members of the City Council. Sarah Lutz with Community Corp of Santa Monica. So I've been working in Santa Monica now for 5 years, and I've gained a deep appreciation for how much the city values social equity and how hard it strives to remain an inclusive community. The reports by the city's housing staff, plus the work of the Housing Commission, have stimulated a robust discussion about steps we can take to ensure that people of modest means can remain in Santa Monica and contribute to the city's unique character. To bring to life what we've read in the reports, I'd like to read a couple quotes from residents who gave us their permission to share their thoughts. So Phyllis is a senior citizen who has lived with us since 2002, and she says, "It's a joy to meet the children of my community and watch them grow into wonderful adults with the support of the Boys and Girls Club on site. Community Corp is exactly what its name implies, a community of people from different places and backgrounds who have all contributed to my personal learning and growth." Art is a veteran who moved into one of our buildings last year, and he says, "CCSM has given me an opportunity to feel at home. As a veteran, I have been welcomed into an environment filled with professionals. They have assisted me to transition back into stable life." So I hope these quotes help to illustrate why your discussion tonight is so important to the people who make Santa Monica a vibrant and inclusive community. Thank you.
Thank you. People of California.
Thank you. I noticed Art Casillas was talking about the restrictive covenants, which of course are an anachronism and have been found to be completely unconstitutional. But I want to speak about a different kind of anachronism. We heard recently a lot because of the Black Lives Matter protests and the unrest in Missouri and whatnot about sundown towns, right? These were places like Ferguson, where black folks were not to be found after sundown, or they were to be found, in handcuffs in the back of the car. Well, here in Santa Monica, we are a sundown town for the homeless. That's why you have 403 homeless in a city where, there's 15,000 homeless running around, or a metropolitan area, shall we say. One of the reasons for that is because you guys have erected a law which makes it illegal to park an RV after, 9 p.m., is it? And of course, you complain about how we've got these people that wringing their hands over at Santa Monica backwards, or Bizarro Santa Monica, or whatever they call themselves, about the homeless, and yet they're doing nothing to make these lives any better. Why not offer them RVs to sleep in? Be much easier, much cheaper than building a bunch of trickle-down housing for rich people, and regressive taxes for the poor to build more housing for the poor, but more housing for the rich, really, because that's really what this winds up being. Unless you're talking about 100% affordable housing, supportive housing community, and of course there may be one or two of those, but how many beds are we really talking about here? This is just getting new ways to spend money to bring more development and rich people who are going to raise the housing prices and push more people out, make them homeless.
Thank you.
I recognize a few of you on here. This guy right here has something interesting to say about the sincerity of the Democratic appeal on homelessness.
Thank you. That ends those that turn chits in on time. We do have one late chit. All in favor? Ayes. Jennifer Kennedy, as she runs up.
Thank you. Jennifer Kennedy, Santa Monica resident. I'd like to read into the record a letter signed by Denny Zane and Patricia Hoffman, co-chairs for Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights on behalf of SMER. SMER supports the Housing Commission's report to Council regarding affordable housing funding strategies, including the Commission's objectives. SMER supports moving ahead with polling for variations of a transaction and use tax or a sales tax of 1/4 cent and 1/2 cent. The 1/2 cent option potentially could include funding for additional community objectives. The additional community objectives recommended include school-related objectives for maintenance and operations costs, parks and cultural objectives, including at the Civic Center site, and possible collaborations with the school district there. SMER has reservations about other possible ballot measure funding sources such as Measure H style transaction fees, TOT, and construction fees because each of those options would raise community concerns that could compromise their political viability. Thank you for your consideration of our recommendations.
Good timing. Mayor Pro Temp Winter.
So I had a question for our city attorney, and I would like to remind her when she answers, she needs to push the button so her mic goes on. So acknowledging that there's an extraordinary workload up on the third floor right now on a multitude of issues, when would we anticipate having some sort of opinion on the legality of the construction tax? Because I would hate to poll on that and then dedicate those resources towards the poll and find out, well, that's off the table anyway.
Well, we always try to do your work when you need it. I don't recall hearing from Mr. Agel when you wanted to start the polling. Did you say that?
Probably a month away from putting at the earliest, putting something out in the field.
So we'd be done by then, but I don't know if this is coming back to you to talk about what you want polled.
That's obviously the rub, so.
And that might be one, in order to keep this going, where if you're interested in the notion, but if the city attorney finds that there's a fatal flaw, that your direction to staff would be don't expend the resources on it if there's a fatal flaw.
Right, and tell us what you want surveyed instead.
Right.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, I didn't really have questions. I had, I guess, a couple of comments for Mr. Agel. I was glad to hear that the poll is going to not just sort of question people. We have had polls in the past, question people, would you support a funding measure, without acknowledging that there may be other funding measures on the ballot, because I do think, at least so far from what I understand, this is shaping up to be a banner year, both locally and at the state, for all sorts of measures, including several funding measures. And I think it's important to understand how that multitude of measures will have an impact. I know that frequently in these polls we ask people, do you support affordable housing? And an overwhelming number always say yes. And for the most part, the people of Santa Monica have supported it. But I do think that it's important to try and get them, perhaps because of the failure of Measure H and HH, and to me that represented perhaps some general erosion in support for affordable housing. I hope not, but that's how I took it. To try and get them to prioritize or think about, how affordable housing would stand up to other things that might be on the ballot. For example, it's quite possible that the college would have a funding bond on. Certainly we know that there's substantial momentum for a transportation sales tax, as you pointed out. So if we could get people to prioritize that, because my concern would be, it's not just a question of would you vote for all of these, but I might vote for one and not the other. And housing, I would hope not, but might be at the bottom. And this is, I guess, a comment, and I don't know if it really matters for the poll, because I'm not sure people understand the difference. But I remember when we did Y and YY, we focused on a transaction and use tax as opposed to a typical sales tax, because at least at that time the transaction and use tax yielded more revenue. I don't know if that's the case. The substantial difference between the two being that larger purchases like automobiles, with a transaction and use tax, the tax is collected in the jurisdiction where it's registered as opposed to where it's sold. And so on those, and I think if your refrigerator was delivered in Santa Monica. So I don't know if it's worth taking a look at whether or not that's still the same, that the transaction and use tax will deliver more money. I think when you poll it, people view it as a sales tax, so I'm not sure it's very meaningful for the poll, but I think we need to keep that distinction in the back of our mind. Like you, I share scars from the Measure H and HH wars, and for that reason, it's very clear to me, and we also see it not just happen locally with H and HH, but we see it at the state level. There is tremendous political resistance to a documentary transfer tax. I mean, Speaker Aikens was constantly trying to sort of beat that drum, and what ends up happening is she's been forced in the position where it becomes so small it becomes meaningless and not very helpful. And it was astounding to me, the the hundreds of thousands of dollars that came out in opposition to Measure H and HH, and after that experience, when I sort of tried to do some post-mortem on it, it's clear that the California Realtors Association is very concerned about a proliferation of those kinds of taxes, and drew a line in the sand in Santa Monica and might feel compelled to do so again. So I think I agree. I think with former Mayor Zane that focusing on some sort of sales tax and then polling perhaps the two different levels might be more productive in terms of really getting us information that'll be useful in trying to decide what the best way to go is. So I was sort of, oops, and now I've lost my computer, went on sleep. I don't know if it's at this point. What? Yeah, my computer and everyone else. So I think the first two items that you were asking us just to review and comment, and certainly it looks like I've got lots of people in the queue who want to do that. But just to get the old ball rolling, as they say, I'll make a motion to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a first modification to professional services agreement number 10141 in the amount of $40,000 with Goodwin Simon Strategic Research to conduct the resident survey.
Second.
That's next to the, okay, well, I was going to second it, okay. So that's been made and seconded. So now let's talk about what we're going to do. Let's not forget that Measure HH passed. Measure H did not. And from that, I think what we should have learned is there's a difference between asking, do you support affordable housing, and asking, do you support paying for affordable housing? So let's not have any feel-good questions in this poll. I mean, let's be very clear that we're talking about ways to raise revenue, not just a general question about, do you like affordable housing? Of course, people will answer that. They'd be embarrassed to say no. When you ask people what they're willing to pay for, you get some good data. Now, I am very sympathetic with and convinced by the Housing Commission, other speakers, Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights, and others focus on the sales tax as a very promising avenue. I'm a little concerned, though, that we not narrow our choices so early in the process, that we move forward without broader information that might help us out. And so I wouldn't want to just poll on that, and that was why I asked the question about if broadening the base would let us ask more questions. It seems to me we should at least get some sense of what the response would be if we raised things like the documentary transfer tax or the transit occupancy tax to what is current in LA. Because, tonight we talked about being in step with LA, being part of a region. And while there was opposition to our going beyond what LA charges, my understanding is LA's documentary transfer tax on housing is considerably more than ours. And if we were to raise it, that could be several millions of dollars every year. Not a stable revenue source, but certainly accumulating over time, a very significant one. Likewise, I have never been able to get an exactly clear answer on what the TOT is in LA. I know part of it is assessed and has to go to support their efforts to publicize their hotels, so it's a little bit different from what we have. But certainly there is at least the possibility that we could increase that tax and not create a competitive disadvantage for Santa Monica lodgings. And again, that would, staff said, be $3 million a year for every 1% of increase, and that's not insignificant. Certainly, I'd want to get some sense of what the public felt about that. And then in talking with people about the construction rate, the construction tax, I've gotten two very different responses. Now, first of all, of course, the rule here is let's not do anything that's fatally flawed if it turns out that this is something we can't do. But I'd be very curious what people felt about one of the two ways I've heard people react to the construction tax. Some people have said that, well, you tax things you want less of, and therefore a tax like that might actually reduce the amount of development. The concern there would be it might reduce housing development, which we don't really want to do. But other people have reacted to a construction tax by saying, well, that'd just be another excuse for the council to approve more development as an excuse because it'll raise money for affordable housing. So before we went anywhere down that road, I'd like to know what most people thought about that, if indeed that's possible. So my general take on this, council, is I'd be loath to narrow the questions too much at this step in this game. I think we need to keep as open an ear to information we can gather as possible. And I was willing to second the motion, which didn't specify an amount of money, I don't think. Does it?
The staff recommendation.
Yeah. So I would wonder if we might not want to move in a little bit of flexibility there, so that if indeed this council decides there are multiple questions we want asked, that we fund it such that we get statistically significant answers on those questions.
Councilmember Hemorich?
So, one of the things that I've noticed when talking about affordable housing, apart from the feel-good aspects of it, is that nobody knows what it means. I was at a meeting last night of the Sierra Club, and somebody next to me leaned over and said, well, what is affordable housing? And of course, different people have different definitions. And I think we do need to be clear about what it is. And what I say is that it's housing that is the bottom half of everybody who lives in LA, basically income levels of everybody who lives in LA, which is $65,000 for a family of four. And I think that it is important that we be clear about what affordable housing is and what we're talking about in this particular analysis, because I don't think we're talking about anything but that at the moment. And I think that was what the Housing Commission report was aimed at. So, and that's our at-risk population, because as I also understand their report, our rent control stock, our older rent control stock, even at a decontrolled level, will support people at above that level. There's still some availability to them of the older rent-controlled units, but not of the newer units. So the people I certainly am concerned about is people who are in that below $65,000 for a family of four level. And but so I think we should be clear about what we're talking about in this, because affordable housing has become something that can apply to anything up to whatever. And then I am. Look, I love the idea of the documentary transfer tax because it raises more money. I think that that's great, but I agree with Councilmember Davis. It failed on a state level, and I think we're barking up the wrong tree, particularly with the wounds from last time around. So I would stick with the construction tax and the sales tax personally on any polling, and I would want to see all variations of the sales tax and all variations of what the possible spending would be of it, and what the reactions are. But I think this is a dialogue we've now been having pretty intensely for about 3 or 4 years, that had died down a little, and now it's back again. And I think that there are a lot of misconceptions, and I think we need to be very precise about our terms and about maintaining people in housing as well, because that's our big thing. We're losing people like crazy. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Well, I don't have scars from the Measure H&H campaign, because what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. But that was not pleasant. But I'm not so sure we need to poll on that so much, because we did poll on it last time, and I don't suspect that the attitudes about it have changed. We forgot to ask the question in the poll, would your opinion change if a $300,000 campaign filled with falsehoods was waged against this tax? Would you vote differently? That hindsight is 20/20 on that. And I don't necessarily want to give up on it. I mean, to me, there's a certain nexus between the idea that someone sells their home for a lot of money based on a rising real estate market that's partially contributed to by a city investment in schools and infrastructure and something like that. They ought to contribute something back to the lower half of the economic spectrum as a consequence. And I think if we took a different approach and we just raised it to be commensurate with what LA and Culver City pays, we might not have the organized opposition, and we framed that particular ballot measure that those funds might be used solely for rehabilitation of existing housing here in Santa Monica rather than new construction, or if we framed it so that those funds were used for the rental and home ownership assistance that the Housing Commission has recommended we explore, we might have a different outcome. But I think tonight what we need to talk about is what we poll on. So I've digressed. I think probably the sales tax has the best prospect, and I'd be inclined to poll in depth on that and cover the issues we've discussed, which include, the quarter-cent, the half-cent, and the extra quarter-cent and that half-cent measure being used for either schools or the Civic Center or parks and open space, and get a response on that. I also think it's probably worth exploring community opinion on using those revenues for rehabs versus new construction, since we do, at least in the next 4 or 5 years, have revenues that we could allocate out of the general fund from the return of these redevelopment funds towards new construction. If it turned out that it pulled better to designate a part or all those funds towards rehabs, that's something we might want to know about. So my preference would be that we do that pretty in-depth poll on the sales tax increases in various ways, and then maybe a shorter version on the construction tax, which we'd be prepared to discard if we found out that that was a non-starter. I have to disagree with Councilmember McEwen. I don't think this is the right year to explore a TOT increase, just because given what we did earlier this evening, there would be significant well-funded opposition to that particular measure. That's something we might want to save in our quiver for another election. So those are my thoughts.
Councilor McEwen?
Well, so what I'm hearing so far is interest in at least multiple variations of the sales tax, looking at the construction tax if it's not a fatally flawed idea, and exploring the documentary transfer tax if we just went to the LA level. That is more questions than staff told us we could get accurate answers to if we asked with the proposed sample size. So I'm wondering if the maker of the motion would consider it friendly to increase the potential allocation from $40,000 to $60,000, understanding that $60,000 in the big picture of affordable housing for this community for decades to come is really not a lot to invest.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I do think, though, and I'm not a pollster, but I've dealt with them often enough, unfortunately, having tried to raise a lot of money in this community for various items, that it isn't just even a question that you have to find more households, because you're trying to find households that represent various aspects of the community. So it's the first 300 are easy to find. The next 300 are harder to find. That last 300 are increasingly hard to find, because it's not just that you have to identify them, you actually have to get them on the phone. And in this day and age, that's also increasingly difficult. So while I'm not sure exponentially, I guess is what I'm saying, I'm happy to go up to 60,000. I don't have a problem with that. But my concern is, to me, it's less about the size of the sample and more about the length of the poll. One of the things I'm really discerning is that whoever is polling you, the polls are getting longer and longer and longer. And from what I've seen, they're getting less and less and less reliable. I would warn all presidential candidates about that. And so I think it's important. I don't have a problem with going to 60,000 and trying to increase the number of people that we poll, although I don't think it's as easy as it sounds. I think the third 300 will be difficult, but I am concerned still about the length of the poll. And so while we can do different versions of the poll, again, I would rather have 900 people polled about 2 or 3 funding sources than 900 people polled about 4 or 5, because I still think then you're going to get the inaccuracies, I guess, if that's making sense. Maybe Mr. Agel can address that question. But I have no problem with increasing the money.
If I could clarify my suggestion, the reason why I would increase the number of people being polled is so that they didn't all have to be asked all the questions, because I know that what's the ideal, 10 or 15 minutes? I mean, if you go to 20 minutes, you pretty much don't get good answers to the rest.
Yeah, 10 or 15 cents. That's a long ass poll.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So maybe a suggestion to help you here, because I'm certainly not a polling expert, and maybe if you could where you're going is identifying what are your priorities, and give a little bit more flexibility to the city manager, and then let us talk to the pollster, because he may say, I get where you're going, but realistically these are the challenges. Or he may say, yeah, I could add another 300, that'll get the reliable information.
I just didn't want the dollars to be the limiting factor on such an important issue.
No, and that's fine. I'm happy to amend the motion to go up to 60,000. I just want to get the best polling data possible, and I'll just simply say, because I think one of the things that hurt us on HNHH is we've overreached a bit with some of the polling data, and I think some of the responses, when you looked at the crosstabs, weren't as reliable as we thought, as they turned out to be in the election. Let's put it that way.
Councilmember Helmer, do you have a question about this? Go ahead.
Are we? So I'm a little confused because I thought that we were taking the documentary transfer tax off the polling table, but am I wrong or right?
Councilmember Winter took the TOT off the polling table, which I didn't hear from anybody else any interest.
Well,
in.
no, to clarify, I also suggested that I didn't think we needed a poll on the documentary transfer tax because we were results from 2 years ago, which I don't think probably have changed significantly. I mean, if I can just jump in, what I might suggest is a way of prioritizing as we do the sales tax in fair depth, and we also look at the construction tax, but that's off the table. Then maybe we could do a poll on a more modest increase of the documentary transfer tax. But bear in mind, the documentary transfer tax is never going to get us to that $7.5 million. Right. If we just do a modest increase, it would be extra money.
Right.
I think that's a good.
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yeah, I think we're getting right to where I was planning to go with this anyway. So I don't have a whole lot to add. I do want to concur with Councilmember McEwen regarding the construction tax. There's a transparency issue for me that makes it very complicated, and the idea that the council has some influence over this topic, it just seems to dig in some of our existing challenges that we have with political discourse in town. And also agree with Councilmember Himmelrich that getting to a better definition of what affordable housing is. I mean, here we are, we work in this all the time and have dedicated a meaningful portion of our lives to it, and even some academic time. And so we understand it, but that's not the typical voter. And so having a definition that actually flies well as a result of what we could learn from the polling would really probably help us out quite a bit, and maybe have helped us out in that last election too. That said, I do think that there's a lot more to learn about that last election and what we could do with the documentary transfer tax, but I do just think it's too soon.
Councilor McEwen.
And I agree, the documentary transfer tax is a tertiary priority, but there may be room for it if we do this poll with the additional sample size. And I just want to add one more thing, which is as we poll on the sales tax, we should try to craft some kind of contextual question, because there may be a lot of things on this ballot. And so I think it's important that we know that, well, if this is on the ballot, and we know there'll be a transportation sales tax measure, if there's another sales tax measure besides that, how does that affect whether people will vote for 0.25% or 0.5%? Because we need to be prepared for some of the options that are coming down the pike that are not under our control. Our ballot, unfortunately, is at the tail end of a very long ballot that includes federal and state and county measures as well. So I think we just need to have some sense from this poll, if we can get it, if the total burden of ballot measures is this or that, how's that going to affect what we should choose to do? Because I'd rather pass a 0.25% than lose on 0.5%. And depending on the context, that may be the choice we have, and we won't know what people think about it if we don't ask now.
Mayor Pro Tem, when are you still in? Or?
Yeah, I thought I was going to shut up, but can't resist. I mean, I think that we have enough for you to go on, don't you? If we sort of say you've taken our input and you discuss it with Mr. Goodwin and make some judgment calls as need be. I think Councilmember Himmelrich and Councilmember, they make a great point about sort of the lack of understanding out there about what exactly mean by affordable housing, and I just wonder whether it's worth thinking about seeing whether people's opinions move in this poll on these issues when we very concisely sort of summarize the existing challenges we face in terms of the rent burdens facing so many people in our community, because that might be useful for us in terms of messaging when we actually do put something on the ballot. Not that we would do it, but hopefully somebody would do it. Having that insight into whether that makes a difference to people and they better understand what's going on there in terms of all those households that are earning less than, area median income and how rent burdened they potentially are.
I think that's helpful. I just wanted to add one thing that I think was surprising when we were polling this issue 2 years ago, is we asked a general question about affordable housing, and there was good support. And then when we were very specific, and along the lines of what Council Member Himmelrich said, we said these are programs that support families making less than $64,800 a year. And our pollsters thought that the support would drop because people would realize, oh no, that's not really for me. But it actually was the opposite. The support increased when we were very specific about the target population. And I think it said something about Santa Monica and our pollsters' experience with other places.
May I add one thing that you might want to throw in, and I don't know, but if you make $15 an hour, that means that if you have one wage earner, a single mother making $15 an hour, she's making less than 50% of AMI. And I don't think they don't think of it as $600 a week. They don't think of it as less than $30,000 a year. And I think that maybe that it might be worth saying we just passed a wage of $15 an hour that'll kick in but $15 an hour, which means that a family of four with a single mother will get less than $30,000, right? And this, so how would that affect how you feel? And the other thing is that people who are on Social Security have they have $1,800 a month, even less than that, right?
If they're lucky, yeah.
Right. How would you feel, again, if it's going to provide housing for those people?
Councilmember Davis?
Well, sorry, that triggered something in my mind, because I do think one of the unfortunate themes of the anti-H and HH was this was about building new housing for people who currently don't live in Santa Monica to come and move into. And although we, I think, did a pretty good job in our own literature about explaining how really the majority of our affordable housing funds were about keeping people in existing housing, the poll may be an opportunity a little bit, because I do think that the Housing Commission did a good job of identifying that this isn't about necessarily just building a whole bunch of new housing, but what are the steps we're going to take to be able to keep people who are currently in housing but are at risk of losing their housing. And that might play better, but we should probably pull that some way.
Let me just go back. We have, so this motion was actually made by Councilmember Davis, and it was seconded by Councilmember O'Day, and there was one amendment. O'Day. That's what I thought. And there was just one amendment that was friendly, and that was to increase it from 40 to 60,000. Is that correct? So I guess we're prepared to take a vote.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's unanimous. Thank you.
So next we have item 13A, appointment to one annual vacancy to the Clean Beaches and Ocean Parcel Tax Citizen Oversight Committee for a term ending 12/13/2017. And you have no request to speak.
Oh, yes. Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
So my colleagues may not have seen it, but we did receive correspondence from Tom Ford, chair of this committee, asking that we postpone this to our next meeting.
Councilmember O'Connor?
And that's okay with me. I just wanted to note, though, in the packet, we do have one page on the attendance sheet, and it noted that 3 folks have not completed their ethics training, so maybe they need a reminder.
And
If this is
one of those is Chair Ford, and he's promised me he will do it.
Well, I just
Yeah.
think we need to
That's a
mention
good
it
point.
this year,
Oh, yeah.
and a reminder may help.
But with that said, I would move that we postpone this to our January 26th meeting.
I think everybody's okay with that, without objection? Just, I guess a voice vote as aye? Okay. 13B,
Item 13B is appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Commission on the Status of Women for a term ending 6/30/2016. And again, you have no request to speak on that.
And again, apparently the postponement is in the air somewhere, because I believe we also got a letter from the Commission on the Status for Women to ask us to postpone this and the following appointment.
no, I think you're correct. If the council, and I'm assuming there's the consensus on the council to do that,
Without objection?
without objection?
So would that be for 13B and 13C, because they're both? on the
Yes,
commission?
I'm assuming those are together, right, Councilmember McCray?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So next we have item 13D, which is an appointment of one unscheduled vacancy to the Social Services Commission for a term ending 6/30/2016.
I'd like to nominate Anita Prentice.
Any other nominations?
I would suggest by acclamation.
Moved by acclamation. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next we have item 13E, request of Mayor Pro Tem Winter and Councilmember McKeown that council directs staff to explore expanded Ellis and other involuntary relocation protections for households which include school-age children, similar to the augmented protection afforded seniors and persons with disabilities, to avoid the trauma of vulnerable young people of unanticipated forced dislocation and re-enrollment in the middle of a school year. And did you want, either one of you guys want to comment on that?
I take it there are no requests to speak on that.
No.
And there's no request to speak on that.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem Winter and I both got involved on this issue because of what was a heartrending email we got, that a single mother had been evicted under the Ellis Act, I believe, and had not been able to find new housing, and that her son was facing dislocation from his school. And it occurred to both of us that we have protections for persons with disabilities, we have protections for senior citizens. Both of those protected classes get a longer period of time when they're Ellis to find new housing. And that it might make all the sense in the world to extend that kind of protection to vulnerable young people who are in a preschool or a school environment who have to be dislocated from all of their friends in the middle of a school year by giving them the same year that the people with disabilities, the senior citizens, get. And when I looked up the Ellis Act, I found that the protections for persons with disabilities and seniors are actually written into the Act. So there'd be some work we would have to do perhaps to be able to do this. But then I got a very interesting email, which I believe the entire council was copied on today, from Deputy City Manager Danielle Noble, that there's an effort going statewide, or at least concern, that there should be reform done to the Ellis such that everybody gets a 1 year, not just a 4-month period of time. And that will be done at the state level. So I think what I'd like to ask, and I didn't have a chance to confer with Mayor Pro Tem Winter on this, but given the email we got today, I would like to suggest that we direct staff, to investigate whether we locally have the ability to do something to protect young children from being ripped out of their schools in midterm, but also B, that we support the statewide efforts that are underway to make relatively minor amendments to the Ellis Act that would extend the protection time for people, and would also require landlords to let not just the public agency know, but let the tenants know when the units come back on the market, if they do, so that those tenants have a chance to return. So I will move that we give that direction to staff.
And I'll second it and note that, of course, I'm in support of this because you'll see in your correspondence packet that I specifically asked that email from Ms. Noble get printed out and put in our dais so that we all had it available.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
I'm just wondering if it might be a friendly amendment to the direction to say children under the 18 years and under. Because I understand that the impetus for this was the stress that a school-age child felt in terms of having to change schools in the middle of the year, or whether it was at the end of the year, and certainly that is a stressor, and I clearly support trying to provide educational stability for kids. But what we're finding out in the area of early childhood education is that stressors that occur in families between ages 0 and 3 have long-term impacts on intellectual and social development, and certainly housing instability is one of those stressors. So being able, even though we all think, well, I don't remember what happened when I was an infant, so clearly it must not affect them. The fact of the matter is that the best research now is showing that things like housing instability, economic instability, have an impact on children, even though they'll never remember it, and it does have a long-term effect on their development. So I'd like to broaden the language to include children under 18, because I think the same impetus that brought this to us in terms of trauma and stress actually applies to children ages 0 to 5 as well.
Is that friendly?
As maker of the motion, I would find that friendly, with the one caveat that I tried to phrase this in a way that addressed the known problem. And having found that actually the Ellis Act language is what enabled us to give the greater protection to certain classes, we may have to work on this at the state level, where the proposed exemption giving everybody a year would cover this. But it's certainly friendly to add it on as one of the things we look into, because I agree. Now, the problem with that, frankly, I thought through, is what do you do about the 17-year-old dropout gangbanger who has been dealing drugs and is a problem for the entire apartment, So that was why I thought that their being in school was an interesting nexus to make, because it was the dislocation from school. However, I do agree that a 2-year-old child is going to suffer greatly developmentally from the stress of her parents or his parents having to find an apartment on short notice. That's bound to affect a child in a household, and I'd like to protect that child too.
Right, and all I'm asking is that it be included to look at that. I mean, if there are legal reasons that it can't be included, or there are implementation reasons, or just reality-based reasons, that's fine, but I'd just at least like to include looking at it.
So just to make sure I understand, so what you're suggesting about food fight. So what the suggestion you're making is that it be disconnected from school, right? Are you intending to protect the household with the 3-year-old who's not in preschool, as well as the household with the 3-year-old who isn't?
Yes, I'd at least like to look at that possibility.
So it's households with children.
Right, it's households with children, and maybe disconnecting it from schools creates an impediment, but I'd at least like to look at it for the reasons I stated.
I understand. Thank you.
Great.
And for the record, it's friendly to me.
Yay.
Okay. So it's more direction than it really is a motion at this point.
It's a motion to direct.
Direct, okay.
Which is what most 13 items end up being.
By acclamation, I guess we don't need a formal vote, right?
Aye.
Ayes?
Aye.
Opposed? We're good. Now we're into the 14 item. Here we have,
We have five requests to speak on the 14 item. And let me read it.
Go ahead and read the item.
Okay. 14 item is a public input. Public comments is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And you have 5 requests to speak.
We'll open the public comment. Here we have Sage. Is it Sage Wally? Denise Barton, People of California, Jonathan Foster, and Art Casillas.
Good evening. I hope everyone had a nice holiday. By the way, why would Pam O'Connor dress like a homeless person except for her luggage to ride the mega bus to Las Vegas on December 23rd at 7:30 a.m.? And what was she eating for the majority of the trip? because she was silent but deadly to the other passengers on the bus. In addition, why wouldn't she park in the Union Station parking lot? Because she came from the direction of the Metro headquarters. So why would she still be receiving privileges from Metro? Next, in the Monday, December 28, 2015, Santa Monica Daily Press is a perfect example of how no one in City Hall is representing what the residents want. In the front page article titled, "What's in Store for 2016?" Rick Hull feels the most important significant thing in 2015 was getting rid of the project-by-project development agreements for the new zoning code, once the downtown specific plan is done in June, to make it easier on developers. But isn't one of the reasons for you wanting to circumvent the coastal commissions in regards to development downtown is because the downtown specific plan doesn't coincide with the coastal commission's rules and regulations? Isn't that right? Yet in Bill Bauer's column, it clearly states in the second paragraph, development continues to be the major issue. Most projects are oversized and downright ugly. No wonder folks want slow or no growth. Hopefully everyone can see the difference as well as the dissent between the 2 points of view. You also might find it interesting when I was walking near the promenade, I overheard a lady ask a gentleman what he thought about Santa Monica. His response was it reminded him of New York, and that is not what the residents wanted the city to become ever. Once again, no one in City Hall is representing the residents' wishes. It's just give us more money, more money, more money. Thank you.
People of California?
Former Mayor McEwen spoke about how HH got more votes than H did. Well, that's because H was a tax increase that people didn't support. But if you were going to lose on that and you were going to have the taxes raised, they wanted to make sure that it actually went to the thing you were supposedly raising it for, which was the affordable housing, as opposed to just going into the city's coffers or whatever. So obviously, you make a bad tax raise, they want to make sure that at least the money goes to where it's supposed to go to. So anyway, this is I guess a commentary on political punditry. I've been noticing there's some columns. First off, every column in the Daily Press is, idiosyncratic and narcissistic to some degree. I take it easy on people like Jack Newirth, because once in a while they have something interesting to say, let us know that, even though he doesn't take Oscar De La Torre's calls, Kevin McEwen takes Jack Newirth's calls, apparently. Little things like that. But we've got Bill Bauer, who's been weighing in on our Oscar De La Torre campaign to see individual voting districts. And he says that it would be even easier for SMRR to take over Santa Monica. Easier than 7 out of 7 seats, I think. How could that be? I don't think it's mathematically possible. In fact, by having individual voting districts, you would have at least a 50% plus one support in each district for these council members, where right now they vote in these at-large districts where, they can just find votes wherever they need them and they have a much lower threshold. So you have people up here with, less than, 5,000 votes, right? So, well, I think, the former mayor almost got ousted by Phil Brock by just a little bit.
Jonathan Foster, and then Art Casillas.
Hi again, I'm Jonathan Foster, street performer, and this is the Street Performers Code, and I'm not so happy about the penalty section. I support the idea for the permits and all that stuff. And I was going to talk a little more about this, but since I've seen and learned some more things about tonight, my life has a gazillion implications of so much stuff that's going on here, and I thought I'd take a second to put a few thoughts out there. I don't know if I can make a dent in anything, but I don't have 4 kids that I can't take care of. I can't believe that the government has to play political football because somebody has too many kids they can't take care of, and then we have to sit here or you sit here and got elected and have to deal with what that ramification is with no education and somebody with 3-4 kids, and then the husband ran away. So this becomes the real focal part of the United States of America, is there's a problem with fathers. That is the number one issue in the United States of America, is fathers. It changes the whole thing, especially when you read the Bible. I didn't have enough of that. So I was born in Okinawa, Japan at an Air Force base, and then we moved to Mississippi to a bit. And then we lived in Fort Leavenworth, and then we lived in Germany at an Army base and in another Army base, and we moved back to Maryland, and we moved down to Louisiana and back to Mississippi and up to New York. And I've been ripped out of so many schools, it's ridiculous, and the impact has been tremendous. So yeah, all these studies seem to validate a lot of things that happen in my life and the ramifications, and still goes back to the problem in the United States of America is fathers. So it's too bad you guys have to, so to speak, take up the slack for somebody that's got 4, 5, 6 kids and no education and can't make much money. God bless. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good evening, Art Casillas. Over the holidays on Monday, December 28th, 2015, I read Santa Monica Daily Press title, What's in Store for 2016 by City Manager Rick Cole and others. What I didn't read was mention of drugs problem in Pico neighborhood that Santa Monica police refused to do anything about in Black and Mexican ghetto-built housing, but not in north of Wilshire, where you city council members live, Rick Cole's bosses. Same newspaper on page 10, police reports of shots fired at 28th and Pico, 8:02 p.m., early evening, since no police around. You and we can surmise that if no one shot or killed, it's our neighborhood drug dealers either reclaiming drug territory from would-be outsiders or, a warning or someone hasn't paid for their drugs or taxes. What about the drug problems in our schools? Now, your kids don't have the same prejudice you have. They'll buy drugs from anyone. If your medicine cabinets are full of drugs, how can you tell your kids not to use drugs? Latchkey kids. Now, on Thursday evening, December 31st, New Year's Eve night, 12:10 shots fired in 1914 Cloverfield Apartments from Mexicans, where police and drugs are allowed and enabled to be sold for years. And then at 1 o'clock, again, shots fired. Now helicopter shows up. Are police still busy at Pier Promenade and Palisades Park? Then I went to a neighborhood meeting and a notable asked me laughingly, is Rick Cole helping you, or did he just want to know what proof you have against the city, like he's doing everywhere else? Thank you. Any comments? No? Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment. We'll move into adjournment motions, and I think there's like about 4 of them. You want to start first, Councilor McEwen?
With great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of popular local artist Warren Long. And, we say it's sad as we adjourn in many people's memory, but this is a particularly sad set of circumstances, which I'll explain after I talk about Warren's life. Warren was born in 1953 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He was raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, a graduate of San Francisco State University. He worked as a chef before he moved here to Southern California to become an artist. And in 1996, Warren founded Hamilton Galleries, which is on Ocean Avenue, with his late wife, actress Lee Hamilton. And that successful gallery showcases not only Warren's work, but that of several other eclectic Southern California artists. Warren is survived by his 15-year-old daughter, Tallulah, who went to Lincoln Middle School, graduated last year, and is now at New Roads. And this is where I really got involved with this story, and I'm going to go a bit off script and tell you why. Tallulah had lost her mom, Lee Hamilton, just a couple of years ago, and she had taken a flight to, I think it was New Zealand, for the first time to visit her mother's family. And Warren went to the airport to meet Tallulah's plane, and as the plane was landing, Warren died. And Tallulah arrived home to find that she no longer had her father either. So a GoFundMe page has been set up for Tallulah to ensure that her finances are covered and that she's able to stay in her apartment in Santa Monica in the San Vicente Historic District we just approved, and continue with her education at New Roads. And I've talked to people in the neighborhood. I've talked to the headmaster at New Roads. For those who wish to contribute, and I'm glad to be able to put this on City TV tonight, the address is gofundme.com/Tallulah Long. And I know that some of my colleagues already have done that. Some people on city staff have done that. Again, it is gofundme.com/Tallulah Long, so that we can keep this young woman in our community. So speaking on behalf, I'm sure, of all of us in Santa Monica, we convey to Tallulah and his family our deepest condolences. Warren Long will be deeply missed. We also have an adjournment tonight for Haskell Wexler, esteemed cinematographer, committed social justice activist, and longtime resident of Santa Monica. He died peacefully just before the new year and is survived by his wife, Rita Taggart, his sons, Jeff Wexler and Mark Wexler, all of whom are Santa Monica residents, and his daughter, Kathleen Wexler of Culver City, and a sister, Joyce Essex of Chicago, where Wexler was born 93 years ago. Haskell Wexler's films included Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, In the Heat of the Night, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Bound for Glory, Coming Home, Days of Heaven. You've seen his work. His deeply lived commitment to social and economic justice was expressed in his work in film. As a producer and director, he did the seminal documentary fictional hybrid Medium Cool, that was shot during the heat of the 1968 Democratic Convention, and a number of documentaries, including Underground and No Nukes. Wexler had particular concern for the well-being of workers in film and television production, and he focused especially on the issues of runaway production and the dangerous effects of long hours that are often imposed on people working on film. So he will be missed, and friends of his are saying, Haskell Wexler, presente.
I also have a couple of adjournments. One is, with great sadness, that we are also adjourning this meeting in memory of a former city employee, Stephen Demmer. Since his birth in 1957, Steve's bright spirit always touched those that had the pleasure of meeting him. Steve served the city of Santa Monica with distinction for the last 18 years of his life. He started his career with the city working for the Big Blue Bus, and most recently as the revenue collection supervisor in our finance department. Steve also served for a number of years on the Municipal Employees Association board, working tirelessly on behalf of his fellow city staff members. A well-known and respected leader in revenue operations and MEA union policies, Steve was always ready to answer questions and lend a hand. In his spare time, Steve enjoyed singing with his barbershop quartet, the Oceaneers, and spending time with his wife, Susan. Speaking on behalf of the entire community, we convey to his family our deepest condolences. He will be sorely missed. And the last one I have is actually a former teacher, not of Santa Monica, but of LAUSD, but was a resident here in the Ocean Park community, Rachel Betancourt Peterson. And I got to meet her, I guess, about 30 years ago when I was actually a classroom teacher, because she was very active with the AME group in the LA region, which was a group that targeted mostly, their primary focus was the Mexican-American educators in the county. But she had a daughter that went through our school system. And unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, depending on how you look at it, for her, she actually went to the funeral of both her husband and her daughter, and before she passed this last November the 29th. And she'll be sorely missed as well. And with that, is there any other adjournments? If not, we will go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Our next meeting will be the 26th at 5:30. Yes, thank you.